Subscriber. Oh. Hello, Eli. 15. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Thank you for supporting the channel. And just, yeah, being an overall cool dude. Seriously, glad to have you in here and hope you enjoyed tonight's session. This is gonna be a more chill downtime, I'd say. At least for me. I don't know what the others got planned. Almost ready, though. One last thing. But yes, welcome on in, and I have. I was about to say have a good evening, but good evening, I say. Alright. We are about to get started with our pre campaign shenanigans. Which is just us talking before the campaign starts. Oh, do I have it open twice? I opened it twice. Good going, me. Alright, I'm gonna test to see if this works. Here we go. Nope. But this works. Welcome back, folks. Dirk the Panda here with some friends. As usual, with our D&D campaign. Rise... Oh, is this Rise of Tiamat? It is. Horde of the Dragon Queen was the first part of this campaign, Tyranny of Dragons, Rise of Tiamat. So, the part 2 of 2 in this installment. Technically my first campaign, but second ever story arc. So I'd say I'm not a newbie, but, you know, you just gotta go with the technicalities, right? Anyway, let's get in to the Discord call.
Why?
We'll be fine.
Sure.
nervous
Because, as I
we're
was
gonna fuck it
explaining, I explained to the others that this is the part about like DMing that is always like the most nerve-wracking to me. It's when people give you their stories and they tell you to, you know, do something with it, and it's always like, oh, I hope they like this.
Do something. Do something.
It's like somebody asking you to bake something for the bake sale at their church, you know. It's not a big deal or something, but everybody's going to know it was you, and everybody's going to remember you. And by the way, this dish has to include like some random ingredient, and you're just like, I don't know if I like this.
I'm sure whatever happens, we will like it.
I hope.
It's a risk we must take. I'm
Is it weed
Some
burns?
of us may die.
Hey, my microphone is not picking up my audio.
Oh no.
That's not what it's supposed
What?
to
There
do.
it goes. Now it is.
That's exactly opposite what a microphone's supposed to do.
I had to move my setup for I had a bug inspection and fumigation that happened,
Oh yeah.
and I had to, since I live in a studio, I don't have a lot of room, so I kind of had to break down my you know, I'm a nerd, so I have a war station when it comes to my PC. You know, I got the I got 2 monitors. I actually had, technically I have 3 monitors because I have my TV hooked up to my computer so I can watch movies. But like, I had to kind of disassemble everything in order to give them room to get access to all like the corners and everything of the apartment.
Mhm.
And whenever you unplug anything, like Windows and so many other programs, forget that you had it in there. Even if you unplugged it while the PC was powered down and plugged it back in before powering the PC up, logically, it should not know that that was disconnected. But it
Sorry.
does.
So, sounds like your cache got deleted somehow.
Well, it like, so a lot of the like defaults got reset.
Mm-hmm.
So like for OBS, my
Oh, that's the worst.
my source got changed. Apparently, that's what it looks like happened.
Oh yeah.
Same with my Discord, but I fixed that much earlier after I had reassembled anything. But I haven't streamed since I've reassembled the PC, so that would be why.
In this.
Which, hey, winter's coming. I'm not gonna have much else to do in the. It's gonna get snowed in half the time, unless you know it's, you know, a wonderful like extremely hot winter like we've had before, which was weird.
And that's when you break out checkbox.
Yeah,
Well, we had last year. We had like a day of like 65 in the middle of like January, which was really disconcerting. Like, because for us, that's like really not normal. Like, we're usually like, once it hits like December, you know, you're usually in like the 40s and 50s at the most. And then it gets down into like, oh, here's some nasty weather. Here's 20, and then 10, and then 10 below, you know, just to kind of keep you humble, really, because that's kind of what the weather in the Midwest likes to do to you. And then you just kind of grin and bear it and, you know, layer up. But then middle of January, it was 65 and nobody knew what to do. Everybody was like, but I put away all of my summer clothes. And we know it's only going to last one day.
Yeah. Nature do crazy shit.
It do. Is everybody back? I would like to go ahead and get into it today so we don't drag things out too much.
I'm ready. I'm just
I
gonna
am
be
back.
muted every now and then while I'm eating.
Neat.
That's fine.
I'm buying spell components.
Gotta get that Eye of Newt. I don't think there is a spell in D&D that actually uses Eye of Newt, which is kind of disappointing to me. Somebody fact check me on that. I would like to see that. Anyway, I think I got everything I need, so oh boy, let's get into it.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Ooh, awesome.
Boop. There we go. All right. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Tyranny of Dragons, the Cold Blood War, Rise of Tiamat. We have playing in the background there is Adrian von Ziegler, who you can find on YouTube, Spotify, as well as on Bandcamp. You can support them on Patreon. Adrian is a wonderful individual, allows people to use their music free of charge, so thank you, Adrian. We appreciate you. Go check them out on YouTube, actually. They keep dropping in some new music here and then. It's most of it's pretty good, so let's see here. Going down the line, our players for the evening, provided they, you know, don't hate what I did with their backstories in this episode.
What is?
Oh, nervous.
Good luck.
Dana, just breathe.
I know.
You're
It's fine. I'm just joshing a little bit, a tiny little bit, not 100%, but you know. But playing Eldrath, the Shifter Warlock Bard, we have Unchecked the White Tiger, aka Ethan.
Hello, everyone.
Playing Cambro, the Bearfolk Paladin Warlock, we have Tazel Sixpaws.
I proudly exercise my right to arm bears.
Sorry, now you got me thinking about that stupid clip from Family Guy. Well, everybody's
It's always
allowed
a
to
thought
have
process.
a pair of bear arms on their walls. I think that's pretty clear. Like, everybody has a right to bear arms. Then playing Arai Ghoul, the Tigerfolk Wizard, we have Saku Darkfang.
Woo! More knowledge.
Playing Bastian, the Wolverine Folk Barbarian, we have Dirk the Panda.
Finally get some downtime. What else is going on?
Playing Master Wei, the Dragonborn Bard, we have Yao.
We have so much shopping to do!
Uh-oh.
I'm just picturing the like the picture, the cover of, was it Clueless? But it's Master Wei with all the shopping bags.
God.
It's time for supermarket sweep.
Running through the Waterdeep trades ward. Then playing Poi, the Autolatine Rogue Warlock, we have Cetus.
Why'd you do the laugh? The
It's just a mouthful.
I just, I remember where we left off. Also, that just
Oh, that too.
Mm.
Now I
things
remember.
happen.
Now
Please
I
remind us.
remember. Oh, wrong expression. There we go. Fear.
When last we left our adventurers, Eldrath the Shifter Warlock Bard, Cambro the Bearfolk Paladin, Masterway the Dragonborn Bard, Arai the Tigerfolk Wizard, Bastian the Wolverine Folk Barbarian, and Poi the Autolatine Rogue, our party returned triumphantly from Oyavigatun's ice caverns and, after a big celebration, slept and prepared to leave in the morning. Cam, after an intense dream, couldn't find their special morning star and immediately suspected Poi, the known thief, in the group. After a squabble and some magic thrown around to discern the truth, Cam came to learn that their mundane greatsword had merged with the Morningstar and made it a powerful weapon, with which he could serve Bahamut and grow stronger. After the excitement, the recently rescued Macatha Crimson, using her magic to teleport you all to the Huss Tower in Luskan, the home of the Arcane Brotherhood. After dropping off the recovered materials, the party met with Archmage Kashan, who listened to the words, though with a bit of contentious annoyance laid at Eldrath for hiding his face and also his true name from him. He agreed to speak with the others of the Arcane Brotherhood and granted Arai permission to petition one of the Overmages for entry. Sadly, Arai failed to impress the Overmage Zelen, and he rejoined the party. After a teleportation into the stable walls of the Yawning Portal, our group reconvened with Lady Ramalia Haventree and debriefed her on their adventure. As the evening wound down, everyone left to go their separate ways for the meantime, heading to different sections of Waterdeep. One of our party, let's call him Poi Poi the Sailor Otter,
hello.
found himself approached by a drow he can't recognize, telling him that someone very important, Xanathar, wished to see them.
Ooh.
Now, this drow that is looking at you, you don't recognize them. They are completely foreign to you. But they look at you as if they know who you are.
Xanathar, eh? Like, I'm... remind me, a drow is an elf, right?
Dark elf, yeah.
Okay, dark elf,
Elves
okay.
from the Underdark.
Okay, I'm gonna size him up. Listen, mate, I'm tired. Can we not do this in the morning?
As the drow smiles deeply at you and lifts the brow of their hat up, and changing into the image of a young, swarthy-skinned human, androgynous and plain-looking human with a neatly buzzed haircut close to their head. They look up at you with sparkling blue eyes and a smiling Cheshire cat grin. You actually do know this person. This is a person known as Sketch. They are a notorious confidence person, and that hat on their head is a hat of disguise. They use it to alter their image. And they immediately tilt it back down, changing back into the male drow. Come on, boy. You know the rules. Xanathar wants to see you. You gotta go see them.
All right,
Roughly
well,
out.
make it quick. I'm
As long as you're not too busy, as they flick their eyes up to the rooftops, you can give me a perception check if you'd like.
I would not like. No, I don't want to roll for perception, please.
Okay.
I want to go into this with as little information as possible.
You know, people have done so before. With a 29, You can see that there are several shrouded figures holding bows and crossbows that are aimed at you.
Ah,
The
come
message is crystal clear.
on. Ah, come on, sketch. Really?
I
If you're gonna...
know how it is.
All right, fine. I'm gonna twist my paw like this. All right.
Hey, look, you made a big splash down at the portal, and we had ears in the area. They heard a few things that got Xanathar's fancy. So he'd just like to have a word with you, and then on you go.
All right. Oh. Well, lead the way, my knight in shining armor. What a lovely little troop you got here.
I don't know who you mean there, boy. It's just me and you.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
As Sketch leads you through the city streets and down a manhole that leads into the sewers. And the sewers here are more like, they're not like the sewage sewers that we would know today. These are more of the proper drainage sewers that would just run offset, water. It's still not nice. Like, it's still kind of rank, but it's not like, it's not as bad as it could be. Let's just put it that way.
I'm not waiting for poop.
Not all the time, but people do throw their chamber pots out into the streets, so.
All right, we don't
Unless
have
they're
sand.
wizards, and then they just make them go away.
Okay, JK Rowling.
I love that. That is my favorite bit of, like, true Potter knowledge that I love. Is just like, what happens to all the poop? And they're like, they just magic it away. And it's like, that shouldn't be possible, but okay, why not? Anyway, so walking down this series of sewer pipes, you can occasionally see that they are marked with a occasional graffiti of a circle with several stalks and smaller circles extending from it. And
Listen here,
after
Sketch.
Hmm?
Listen here, Sketch. If I lose my tongue or an eye, you're paying for it, right?
You only lost the one so far. Although you
Yeah.
came without that one, actually, so I don't know how you lost that one.
Well, let's just say it's a bit of a complicated story. Hence why, I'd rather the tongue, if you could put the word in for me.
The way Xanathar likes to handle things, I think you'd be turned into a nice little statue for his garden.
I could work with it.
As you're walking along, they just kind of look back and give you a big Cheshire smile. Kind of that. I don't know if they're bullshitting you or if they're telling the truth. But after a few twists and turns, you do enter an open area where there is open flooring with a smattering of tables and chairs with a few people sitting at them even. A bar to the back has a hobgoblin passing out beers for half a silver, and a goblin holding slips of paper and a charcoal slip calling out names and numbers. Sketch motions for you to look towards the center, where there is a large pit, previously a sump pit, but now drained and sealed, into a blood-smeared fight pit.
This wasn't here last time.
And you can hear a cheer break out as one of the combatants inside manages to pull off a significant blow. As you look inside the pit, you can see a human with a buzz cut managing to put their opponent, a half-orc, into a chokehold until they pass out.
What's next? Is he gonna get the puppy mills up and running?
Up above everything, a dais built of wood and iron serves as a platform upon which sits a gigantic wooden throne embellished with gems and gold leaf. Floating above the throne is a massive creature a large mouth filled with fangs, one giant eye above that, and 9 more smaller eyeballs on fleshy stalks as it surveys all of the lair until one by one its eyes focus on you.
I was going to say wink, but Poi can't really wink, can he?
Nah, nobody'd be able to tell the difference.
What's up? Love what you done with the place.
As you are staring at, you know this person, individual, creature. This is Xanathar, a beholder from another realm who managed to get their way here and take over this thieves guild essentially, and now runs Xanathar's guild.
I'm gonna like look around. He's not actually looking. He's like making like a little display, a little performance, like looking around. Not any more piles of shit lying around. So I don't honestly say you were actually doing some decent housekeeping since last time.
As Sketch leans into you and whispers into your ear, "Just keep in mind, mates, he can do whatever he wants down here."
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And as you approach, there's stairs leading up to the platform. You find yourself in front of Xanathar as his big eye floats towards you.
Boy,
Yeah, that's the name.
been some time.
It hasn't been that long. I think. Wait. Is it?
At
Well,
least a year or two on my count.
yeah, but for you beholders, ain't that just like a weekend over in whatever vacations you got there?
Mhm. No
Listen.
time for vacations when there's work to be done.
Right. Busy man, right. Listen, let's wait, tag, is that supposed to be playing?
Yep.
I'm actually going to give me a moment. Sorry, because I don't.
No, this is just the soundtrack. That's just the
Oh,
sound in the background
okay.
here for the.
Okay, because that would have
Well, I
greatly. Okay. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Okay. What's the name like? All right, you're a busy man. Busy well, you're a busy guy. Listen, what do you need?
It has come to my attention that you have been working with the Harpers.
The Hoppers. You mean the ones with the ones who were on that boat I stole?
Oh boy, we know the truth of that matter.
That I stole the boat? Yeah, I mean, I kind of got caught about that.
And you were escorting the Harpers' agents.
Hey, listen, it was like 500 gold diamond. Besides, it's just basic mercenary work, and I think I've kind of laid it clear that I'm not exactly one stay around long enough for certain, you know.
Well, boy, what concerns me is that you returned with the severed head of a dragon. And from what I could hear through my many spies, that it is important evidence. I would like to ask you, boy, and to not lie to me.
Oh, let me lie.
Who is this evidence for?
That is evidence. Well, I guess they wanted to know, for certain that, because they wanted to know for certain something about the dragon horn or whatever. You took it back, to this, magic school. You know, the one, the big tree you're not allowed to touch. You know that one?
He stares at you unblinkingly.
That's pretty impressive for that many years. Okay, listen, there was this big place, big school, something, and then we brought the head back here. They wanted it for, I guess to confirm something? I don't know, I wasn't really paying attention.
Would that be do you consider that to be a deception on the part of Poi, or does he genuinely not pay attention to
He genuinely doesn't.
Okay. So I need you to make a persuasion check.
I love persuasion.
I know you do.
I love persuasion. Aw. Aw. Ooh. Hey.
Mm-hmm. As they seem to believe you.
Well, that is unfortunate that you didn't pay attention.
Listen,
You'd be
did
far
you want
more
me?
valuable.
I'm gonna like raise my brow. So you wanted me to be an asset to them, or you don't? I mean, I can tell you what.
Would like to know what they know. It's very difficult for me to get spies behind those doors.
Well, I suppose I got a few things. Like I'm trying to. Well, we got ourselves one of Bahamut's little playthings. Goldilocks. Yeah, he's very, very nice, very nice. I have a great relationship with him. You said something about Actually, I'm gonna like tell him about the sword changing, that whole dilemma.
All right.
So yeah, after a lovely exchange, it turns out that I didn't steal his morning star. In fact, it was a great sword that had changed into some weird thing. Now, I've seen some crazy stuff in my time, but I don't believe I've seen that before.
As one of Xanathar's eye stalks turns to a side table next to him, and you now notice that there is a bowl of water, a fish bowl, in fact, and inside is a little goldfish swimming around.
What do you think, Silgar?
Oh, hi, Silgar.
You will not address Silgar.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry so far to de-upset you. I see. Yes, you are correct.
As the eye stalk turns to look back to you, Poi.
Hello.
I would like you to continue to spy on these people for me. The information could prove valuable.
I'm gonna raise a brow. Huh. Alright. I suppose I could do that for you. But you're gonna have to remind me, because, what do you need specifically?
What I need is understanding of the movements of the other factions here within Waterdeep. Something big is happening with this cult of dragons, and the Eldrath Valuthra have been making more stops in Waterdeep.
Boy is actually going to put on a serious face at that one. Really?
It seems they are calling more reinforcements in.
Boy, he actually doesn't know what to say to that. He looks around. Can I ask you, if I do this spy favor for you, that you could tell me more about these Eldrath Valuthra and their movements? I know you're not going to, well, you're not willingly going to give up that information, so graciously, especially considering I haven't done my duty yet, but could you consider it payment for my service?
The eye stalk turns back to the fish.
Silgar. Very well. I trust your judgment.
It's not a mistake you want to make, my friend, but I'm glad you made it. Uh-huh.
I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh. Okay. Which one is that? This one? Is this? Oh, okay, there.
As one of the eye stalks shoots a ray at you, and you suddenly find yourself lifted in the air, moving closer and closer to Xanathar.
How much do you weigh, boy?
That's around it. Less than a leopard shock, I think.
I don't think it's enough for everyone who wants their pound of flesh.
Yeah, they're what now?
Oh, believe me, I have consolidated your debt.
All right. Enough with the jokes then. Just, yeah, you know how I am.
As he smiles and sets you back down on the ground gently.
I believe that I can get you that information when it comes in. There may be a price attached, but a little friendly spying isn't too high a price for my protection, is it?
Poi, looks dead center at Xanathar's eye and says, "You know, just as well as I do, that I would do anything for that information."
Very good. I will call on you when I have need of you.
Poi does a Poi version of a bow, which is kind of just. He's not tall enough to actually do one. He kind of flops over, sorta.
As Xanathar's attention turns away from you, and Sketch motions for you to get the hell off the dais as quickly as possible.
I scamper along.
All right. See, now I honestly thought you'd be a statue by now, so good on you.
Oh, really? That's very reassuring of you.
Look, I'm just saying it. I'm basing it off of everything I've ever seen you do, so there's that.
Listen, if there's one thing otters know how to do, it's how to get ourselves out of sticky situations.
Yeah, I've noticed this.
Often on accident.
Well, can you find your way back then, or do you forget how to get here?
I'm feeling rather tired. I'm gonna collapse on the. Use someone to ferry me off, pick me up, and put me in a nice little cozy inn somewhere. Ugh, so late too.
As Sketch looks around and whistles, and you see a large, what looks like a half ogre, walking over the ground, thumping a little bit. Tiny, I think we've got ourselves a customer here that's had a few too many and needs to get thrown out.
Hey, Donnie. I give him a little wave.
As he reaches down and grabs you by the scruff of your neck.
Hey, careful with that. It's been a long time grooming.
Puny little weasel.
Hey, that's offensive. You wouldn't like it if I called you a hop.
As he escorts you, quote unquote, out of the fight pits and back into the sewer pipes before releasing you.
Gonna keep going, ow, because.
And they release you into the sewers to make your own way back.
Well, thank you, I guess. Don't get turned to statue now.
As Poi scampers off into the night, considering the situation they are now finding themselves in. As we will move over to Cam and Arai. As hello.
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 As you two have left together, and walking through the streets of the Castle Ward down to the Dock Ward, making your way to a familiar building for Cambro. Now the question is, Cam, do you take them through the storefront, or do you go to the secret entrance?
Well, first off, I would like to, because it's been so darn long that he's probably been worried about me. What I'd like to do is once I leave the estate, I go ahead and use the Find Steed spell to bring back my good buddy Craggs.
Hey!
Hey! Everybody loves Craggs.
As
Finally.
Craggs appears in the streets. Oh, well, this is not the Icy Lands. Where are... Oh! Hey, Cam!
Craggs, it's good to see you. And he just goes and gives him a hug around his neck. Sorry for letting you stay so long wherever you were, but it really wasn't safe below the village, so I needed to keep you safe until we got back to Waterdeep. Well, we're in Waterdeep, so I think you deserve a special treat. You know what it is. You know what it is. Tell me what it is.
Is it a good berry?
Oh, it's more than a good berry. And he pulls out. It's like a whole handful of good berries.
Oh,
As he goes in, it's just slurping them down.
Yeah, he just takes him, just like shoves him into his muzzle.
And Arai's just watching.
Hey, buddy. Let's stretch your legs a little bit. You mind taking me and Arai back to, well, I'll direct you. But I just figured
Alright.
you wanted some time out.
I could use a little stretching. That would be nice.
All right,
As,
then. And
Craigs
Cam will get
walks
on top.
alongside you. Yeah, oh, you're riding?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and ride him. And Arai, like, weighs, I believe he's been referred to as a beanpole, so he's probably not gonna weigh too much more.
Before Arai even hops on, he just goes, is he okay for me to... And he gestures like hopping on.
Oh, what do you say, Greg? Can you even... Is it okay for him to ride on?
Yeah, I should be fine. Look skinny.
He says you're fine.
Okay. Well,
Figured
thank
we
you.
should give him a little bit of time to exercise and all.
I agree.
Dana, I do have a question.
Yes.
During the time that Arai was talking to that mage, and we were all waiting downstairs in Luskin, was that enough time for a short rest to have happened?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. During that short rest, would I have been able to complete my pledge to the sword, or is that something I needed to do later? Because I can do that during a short rest, but I didn't know if...
I believe that had already been taken care of through your sequence.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I
So-
don't think we need to do that. So I think you're good to go.
Okay. So then, as we're riding along, he will turn to Arai and say, "Hey, there's something I wanted to show you. It's really, really cool." And he takes like the great sword out while Craggs is walking, and he concentrates on it, and it disappears in his hand.
Arai just blinks for a moment.
Isn't that cool?
Well, it will definitely make it easier to carry, I will say.
Oh yeah, but all I need to do is, and he just stops and thinks, and it comes back into his hand. And I can change it too. I mean, if I really, for whatever reason, I really wanted the Morning Star, and he changes it back into a Morning Star. And it looks exactly like the Morning Star that he used to have.
And Arai will just start to chuckle. Well, it looks like you have a very handy multi-tool there.
I know, this is really great. He will chain it back to the great sword, and then he will he won't shunt it away, but he will put it on his back like he normally does. It was something that, when I bonded with that weapon with Bahamut, it was something he told me I could do with it, just in case I needed to keep the weapon safe. It's Bahamut's weapon. It's probably going to make a lot of people want it.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
To answer your question from earlier, Dana, I think we'll go through the storefront, because we gotta put Craggs somewhere that I don't think, can he go downstairs? Have they let him go downstairs before?
Well, it's not stairs that you would have to go down through the storefront. It would be a ladder.
So presumably, being at this place before, there's a place for Craggs to stay and wait for him, I would hope.
Yeah, if you wanted to keep Craggs up there, I'm sure that Krags could find their way down the ladder with some grace. Maybe
I'd be
not
happy
all
to
of their
have 'em if-
dignity.
I won't tell
But
anybody.
yeah. All right.
I'll have them down
As
with it.
you,
Yeah, so we'll go through the strings and things.
All right. So as you approach strings and things, Arai, you see this music store that's just a series of instruments in the windows. Lots of violins, lutes, harps, lots of various horned instruments as well, and it really just looks like a music store. Doesn't appear to be open, but the lights are on.
Cam,
Hmm.
is this really our place to go?
Oh yeah, yeah. Cam will go up to the door and knock.
As you knock on the door, and a few moments later, there's a shuffling sound of the lock being unlocked and opened as a halfling woman, old granny-like lady, looks up at you and, Cam! Oh, how have you been, little guy?
Okay. I love when she says that. Oh, I'm assuming I know her name?
This would be Hazel.
Hazel. It's really good to see you. I have a friend with me. Technically two friends, but this is a friend. He's with me. We need to go downstairs.
Alright, politely bows.
She waves to you and then leans down to Krags and just grabs them by their big droopy jowls and kind of flops them back and forth. Hello, my little Krags. Who's my good friend? Oh, look at you. You're growing so big.
He really takes a shine to you.
As she guides you into the shop and back to the storage section before motioning to the crate and let me know when you need to leave. I can make sure that everything's clear outside.
All right. Thanks, Hazel.
No problem.
And he will lead Arai back to the crate and reveal the ladder. And we'll start climbing down.
Carefully, Arai will follow. So, wait, the store is just a front?
Oh, it's got a front and a back.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase. It's a ruse. It's like a way to seal the secret that's here, correct?
I don't know what a ruse is, but yeah, it's, well, I mean, Hazel does sell musical instruments. She's really good at it. But yeah, the Harpers kind of work that way. It's kind of neat, actually. Although it's hard for me sometimes to keep a secret. Nobody to tell, really.
As I'm going to need you to roll a dexterity check for Krags. I'm going to say this is a disadvantage because he doesn't have hands.
Oh no.
Oh. Where is my boy here? Oh yeah, I gotta go here. Krags. Disadvantage. Oh no. Dex. So okay, I guess that would just be. How do I?
Just click on dexterity and it should take care of it.
Oh, okay.
Ta-da! Natural 1.
And my streak continues.
All right. As you make your way down and Rye makes their way down, and Krags is up at the top, just like, oh, I don't know about this.
You'll be fine, buddy. You've done this before. What could go wrong?
As he goes head first, trying to make his way down the ladder, but it's such a steep ladder, and as poor Paul just slips and he falls and lands just bunk on his head and rolls
Oh.
onto his back.
Oh, are you okay? Oh, Krags, are you all right? Oh,
boy, that hurt.
oh, let me check you. Is he hurt?
He's got a little bump on his head, and definitely looks like that probably hurt. But you know that Krags is a tough bear. He can take a few beatings. Yeah, he'll be fine.
Anyway, he'll just like put like a point of healing or something on the bump and just lay on
Just
hands and do a bump heal.
There you
Alright,
go.
just has it.
little,
Orion just has a sympathetic look and just says, I think he deserves another berry for that one.
He ate all my berries.
Well, I still have mine. And he'll pull it out of his...
I think that would have faded by now, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would have?
Yeah, they only
It's
last for 24 hours.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you would
I'm
reach
so
into your
sorry.
pocket to grab it, and then it's not there.
Oh, okay, well, never mind. Well, still feeling
He's
sorry
tough.
for Krags, though.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
All right,
Come on, boy.
fine.
Let's go, and we'll lead down the remainder of the passageway.
As you walk down this passageway, it kind of starts to slope downward, and it does seem to get a little bit musty. Arai, you've been to Waterdeep before. You know that there's a lot of caverns underneath. It's there's a lot of open caves as well as undermountain, of course. So it's not uncommon for places near the sea to have these kind of like caverns that have been cleared out over the course of millennia. So it's not unusual. But as you're walking down this tunnel, you do reach an open area that splits off to other tunnels and chambers. And in this giant open area, front and center of the chamber, there is an altar made of white alabaster and marble, and adorned with bright blue cloths over top, draping over the sides, and stitched into the cloths are silvery threads in the shape of a shiny, silverish dragon head within the outline of a shield. Sitting atop the altar is a pendant. The same emblem on the cloth is painstakingly recreated with more detail in platinum atop a blue sapphire backing. It is a beautiful, flawless piece and clearly a relic of importance to the temple. Among the worshippers, of which there are probably about 20 actually, Cam, you would note that this is probably the most that have been down here in one point in a while. Most are a mix of humanoids and dragonborn, but standing out among the crowd of people is in fact a small white kobold in robes that seems to have been tailored to fit his body better, tail included. And he is currently reading a book aloud next to an older white-scaled dragonborn wearing the finer vestments of a seasoned cleric with a holy symbol pendant around his neck. And Cam, I don't believe I have to tell you who those two are, but you recognize those as Nak and Baruch.
So Cam will start by basically giving a kind of a religious salute to the shield there, as an offering of fealty, and he will gesture over to Arai. Come on, there's some people I'd like you to meet, and he
sure.
will take Arai over to Nock and to Baruch. Am I interrupting anything?
Oh, Cam! As Baruch actually gets up and walks to you and pulls you into a warm hug.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Baruch.
I'm so pleased to see you back in one piece, Cambro. The Platinum Dragon truly smiles upon you.
It's been quite the adventure. I have so much to tell you. Nock, how are you doing, my friend?
Nock, who you note, has previously only spoken in Draconic unless somebody has helped him speak Common, looks to you and in a very slow, halting Common says, "Hello, how have you been?"
Oh, I forgot. He like turns to Arai. He doesn't speak our language very well. He's learning.
Alright smiles and goes, "It's okay. I can speak some dragon as well, if it becomes easier for him."
Oh, well. And he kind of gives Arai this look of, man, I wish I could do that. But he had like, if you know how to speak dragon, I'm sure you and he would have a lot to talk about. Maybe.
With that, he'll give a polite bow to both Nock and Baruch and speak in Draconic. "Hello, my name is Arai. I am an acquaintance with Cam here. It is a pleasure to meet both of you."
As Nock's eyes light up, it's like, I can speak with you. Great. This is excellent. Yes, I am Nock, the Acolyte, and this is Baruch. He is training me. I'm learning how to speak Common right now, and it's really hard. So thank you for this.
He chuckles and continues in Draconic. "No, I understand speaking another language takes time, but you are slowly getting the hang of it. Just keep at it."
As Baruch leans over to Cam, putting a hand on their shoulder. He's like, "I don't want to leave you out of this conversation," and they're going to cast tongues on you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, did you do the
Okay.
thing? As you now note that you can understand Nock when they speak Draconic.
Nock, you spoke in my language. That's awesome.
No, not exactly. It basically allows us to communicate across this barrier that is between us. And I've been trying to study so I can learn Common, but it's very difficult. Most of the books we have here are in Common, so I've been learning using the books. As he actually holds up a one particular book that he has been reading from, and it appears to be just the writings of a cleric of Bahamut by the name of Homer Valencia. Other than that, there's not really much on the cover to really give away anything about it.
Well, I still think you were doing really good. I was able to understand you at the beginning, so he gives this big, white thumbs up. Good job. Well done.
As Baruch actually looks over to you, is like, I actually had an idea that maybe now that you're back, we could see about helping Nock with his studies, while we also can maybe help you learn the language of the temple.
And
Would
he
that be
points
something?
to Arai and Nock, the language they were speaking. That's Draconic, right? That's the language of the temple.
Yes, that's our tradition. We do try to keep everything in common now for the others who have arrived, but it is based in our tradition for that services are recorded in Draconic. And I would like for you to be able to read some of the work that we have here. It is fantastic literature here as well.
At the mention of reading, Cam's face falls.
I couldn't help but chuckle a bit again.
It's really hard for me to read words sometimes. It's I keep getting words mixed up, names. I'd like to, but it's going to take a long time.
With that, Arai states, Cam, just like any ability or any skill, it's gonna take some time and practice. But at the same time, it wouldn't hurt learning another language.
I know. I want to, but I'm just.
Well, focus on helping Nock learn his common, and maybe the two of you can help each other.
Okay, that I can do. I'll do my best.
As Baruch is looking at you, Cam, you have not had a chance to really sleep after all of this excitement that has occurred today. And also, you've kind of been through the ringer, let's be honest. How would you say that Cam looks in appearance?
Less a polar bear and more a salt and pepper bear in terms of grime. Blood probably has. I mean, he's been able to clean off like some of the thing. He's kept his armor better than he's kept his body because that has the insignia of Bahamut on it. But he looks like he could use a makeover.
Cam, you look tired. Are you all right?
It's been a long time. It's been days, but it felt like weeks, months even. I could probably use like a quick bath and someplace to sleep. Arai is one of my friends who accompanied us on the Harper's adventure, and if it's all right, would he be able to stay here if he wishes to? I'm sure Nock would love somebody he can talk to.
We don't really have many rooms available now that we have so many. I was not expecting so many people to be coming through this particular week.
Yeah, what's going on with everybody here?
There's been some focus on rebuilding the temple's following, due to the rise in the cult activity.
Oh, yeah, I would understand that. I've got so much to tell you, but you're right, I'm exhausted. Can we over breakfast tomorrow? I also would like to talk to you. There's just so much to tell.
Of course. I am always here for you, Cam. I'd be happy to put up your friend for the night. I'm certain we can find space. I just don't know if I can give him much in the way of a place to stay for any long period of time.
It's all right, ma'am. Don't worry. It would be only for the night.
Well, if it's only for the night, I'm certain that we could muster up the space. Nock, would you go and prepare a bath? I'm sure we can find. I do believe that there is a gold-scaled dragonborn cleric that just came in from Candle Keep. I bet that they could heat up the water for us. That would be... Just ask if they'd be able to do that. As Naka nods and looks up to you, Cam, and smiles.
You mean I could have a hot bath?
Well, we have the resources available to us, and I'm certain that our faithful here would be more than happy to help one of the champions of Bahamut. It would be an honor, I'm certain.
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you very much. Beth, so long. Thank you. Anything I can do. And he just lets out this big berry yawn. Anything I can do, I'd be more than happy to.
Well, tonight, just focus on resting and maybe trying to relax a little bit. You do seem very wound up at the moment.
Yeah. I will. I definitely will try to relax. Thanks. He pats Orion on the shoulder. If you need me for anything, just ask around and they'll find me for you.
Thank you. You go enjoy your bath. You definitely deserve it.
A hot bath. And he will basically follow off on Knock.
As Cam settles in for a night of treating yourself after a long adventure, and Arai, free to avail yourself of the facilities at the temple for the night, if you so desire, of course.
You will.
All right. As those two finish their night there, we will move over to Master Wei.
Huh?
Ah. So Wei, after leaving Lady Haven Tree's house, the Old Brinter Manor, you've made your way to Lady Silverhand's Manor, where you have learned that your students are currently at, as well as you have been staying with the Silverhands prior to your leaving on that adventure, so they are already aware of you and have already extended their hospitality towards you. The first thing you notice when you are approaching Lady Silverhand's Manor, you notice that the guard presence has increased the closer you get. And as you approach the gatehouse, the house guards acknowledge you and let you in. The other guards, who appear to be city guards, watch you curiously as you make your way past the gatehouse. Seems that security is up now.
Curious.
As a steward approaches you and begins to escort you into the manor. Master Wei, is there anything that we can prepare for you tonight?
Wei looked at the steward and, with a deep, sort of sighing breath, a hot bath, first and foremost, before I meet with Lady Silverhand for important business.
As you wish, sir. I will draw the bath immediately and send word to Lady Silverhand that you wish to speak with her.
Please as well fetch my students. I hear that they are here.
As you are led to your chambers, and the steward leaves, and entering a few moments later, Lin and Chai. Lin is as stiff as usual, holding a few books under his arm. Chai appears to be maybe tired would be the best way to describe it. And they do also have some books in their arms, but they appear to be a little bit more disheveled. As Lin looks to you.
You have been busy.
Mm-hmm. We have been taking time to avail ourselves of information that is available. However, we have been... We attempted to help the Lady Haventree, but she was not so accepting of our help.
I have learned that Haventree is working or is important to a secret organization, which we did not know before entering. This makes sense.
As
However,
they begin to lay out the books on the table as you, unwind from your travel and your, taking off your armor and getting in more comfortable. We taken time to learn a little bit more about the history of this city, and it is a curious way to rule a city, I will say this. As Chai speaks up, yeah, it's kind of dumb. As Lynn cuts him a look real quick. Respectfully, it's kind of dumb.
Hmm. Thank you for correcting yourself. Please.
But yes, so it seems that they have a what is called the Open Lord. That's would be Lady Silverhand, and they're the ones who are in charge of basically the city as a figurehead as well as in power. And then there are what are called the Masked Lords, and those ones are the ones that are secret. Nobody knows who those are. And trying to find out is a quick way to, get in trouble, apparently. Yes, we did run into some people who asked us a few questions about why we were inquiring. We did inform them that we were scholars, and they warned us to not interfere with the local government.
Unfortunate bout of resistance. Will help. However, that cannot be it. As I have spoken to many people, it is a land of many factions, many secrets. Much unlike ours. This may be happens. Too many are given the desire to rule. Their city or their organization, kingdoms. Indeed, it has been a difficult task to unravel soul.
Well, we have been having the Lady Silverhand has been a most wondrous host. We've had the opportunity to dine with her most evenings and discuss some of these intricate relationships in this city. She speaks frequently about the Lord's Alliance, which is apparently a faction of rulers or delegates from other kingdoms, and they appear to pool their resources to better enrich themselves, from what I gather. At least that is Lady Silverhand's interpretation of their actions.
I have reason to trust Silverhands. She indeed has been here for many lifetimes.
They both cock their head at that.
Oh, let me speak to you about the adventure that did unfold when I was missing. Indeed, it was wise that I did not bring you along. I nearly died myself. And then he casts exposition.
Yeah,
At
for the
5th
sake of
level.
brevity, of course.
Yeah.
To
including
explain
the,
to them.
Hostile, yeah.
Including the hostile. Okay.
Including the hostile.
As Lynn takes fervent notes, and Chai tries to take some notes, scrawling a little bit on his parchment, but they are quite enamored with the story that you weave, as you have a habit of weaving wonderful stories yourself, and when you reach the part about the Arcane Brotherhood, even Lin kind of rolls his eyes a little bit. And yet another faction that we must consider. At least this one seems to be more of a insular type of faction, more concerned with their own protection.
Dealing with them seems to be possibly straightforward. They want what they want. Have you learned about the Hoppers as well?
As Chai looks up from his notes, and we've learned that they have a lot of people out there, but they're not all agents, basically. From what we've been able to gather, they're secretive, but they're not really hidden. Like, people know about them, but they don't really know how to find them. So I think that kind of works in they're trying to be like an Oni to scare people. You know what I mean? So that they're trying to be like this figure that is larger than life, when perhaps they're not quite as expansive as they really led people to believe. But they do seem to know a lot of things. So if there's information around, chances are the Harpers know about it, or they want to know about it.
From what I gather, I also concur. I have dealt with them directly. Only a few. Whomsters have we found with their claws on this land?
Lin looks over to Chai and nods. And Chai just kind of rubs the back of their head, embarrassed, a bit of an embarrassed kind of position. I may have misspoken at a marketplace. Someone asked if we were working with a leatherhead, and I didn't like that. As Lin looks over to you, he punched them in the face.
Chai!
I was defending your honor, Master Wei.
While I appreciate the gesture, do have to remain discreet. It is a unfortunate idea that these people, all of us, are somehow evil or untrustworthy, dishonorable. But it is not our land.
I understand, Master Wei. I apologize. There was a outcome from it that I wasn't expecting, but it proved to be informative. As Lin kind of rubs between his eyes, he was picked up by some thugs. Said they were with the Black Network, and that they didn't appreciate him roughhousing one of their merchants.
Black Network. I assume that you were not able to get much more information about them, just their presence.
No, we were not able to learn much else beyond that encounter. It seems that people who are within that network do not like to speak of it out loud.
This would be expected from the name itself. However, Chai, I must ask you. When you punched that merchant, did you at least practice the strikes that we were teaching you in our country?
Absolutely. I planted my feet and everything.
How far did he fly back?
About 5 feet. Lynn looks up 2 feet.
Adequate.
Okay, so I
For
rounded
that.
up.
There's still much for you to learn. But I am pleased with your progress. Is there anything else?
Nothing that we could learn at this moment. However, we do believe that Lady Silverhand may be able to provide some information that she did not feel we were able to withhold. It seems that she does trust you, but she does have a certain attitude towards servants.
Of course. As is to be expected. Well, remind me, it was difficult to tell the time. For how many days have we been gone?
Well, this would have been day 8, actually. We weren't expecting you to come back so quickly, though. We thought that you would be coming back on boat. But apparently there was no register of a boat docking today, so Lady Silverhand was quite confused.
Ah,
How did you get into the city, sir?
well. You should know from our time at the ministries. We do use some forms of teleportation magic. Often mages make sure that that is stable.
As Chai's eyes light up at the mention of magic. Oh, that is amazing. At this point, you hear a sharp knocking at the door. As Lynn stands up, I will attend to that. As he walks over to the door, opens it up, and speaks with whoever's on the other side, and then looks back. Master Wei, the hot bath has been prepared for you.
Ah. Splendid. Let me wrap up this quick explanation to my students, and I shall head to the bath posting. Well, in brief, we have entered the city through unregulated teleportation. It was not pleasant. That is all. You should know that we were from, of course, right before the city, hostile, full of incredible magical talent.
As Chai's eyes light up at the mention. Oh. But as you settle in for a night of an evening of pampering in a nice hot bath, perfumed, of course. And later on, find yourself dressed in a nice. Actually, what would Wei be dressed in as a at the evening?
The evening. Oh, we'd
Like,
probably
what would
just.
Wei wear at night? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, mostly same thing, just without the armor. Ceremonial, mostly robes.
Mm. All right.
Um, yeah, he still pays homage to his profession at all times, but perhaps a bit more cleaned up than.
It's definitely in better shape. Yeah. All right. As later on, the steward, after you have attended yourself and groomed yourself, they bring you to the sitting room, where after a moment, walking in, the White Lady herself, led by her elven steward, Lady Silverhand. She is wearing a long evening gown in a soft light blue and appears to have been at some event prior to her arrival home, as she sees you and lights up immediately. Master Wei, so happy to see you. My steward informed me of your arrival, and I wanted to see you before you retired for the evening.
I would not dare retire for the evening without letting you know what has happened.
Oh, yes, please. Care to join me for an evening drink? I have a lovely chamomile tea that is well known for soothing the aches of long travel.
That's. And so
As
he follows her. Yeah.
as you two sit down, and a lovely pot of tea is brought out for you. As you sit down and go over the details of what has happened while you've been gone, I suppose the real question is, what do you not tell her? Like, what is there anything that you would withhold from Lady Silverhand?
I'm thinking about all the things that we did.
And remember, of course, this is the Open Lord of Waterdeep, so she is like the highest public official in the city.
I guess you really wouldn't say anything about the personal gripes between his companions, just kind of like focuses on the findings and accomplishments regarding the case of the Cult of the Dragon.
Okay.
He also sort of like reveals that he got to know a little bit more of her personal backstory. As a conversation topic, if she has anything else to talk about that.
All right. Well,
Wei is completely trusting that she knows how to be, from knowing all this now, she probably knows how to be discreet and correct as well, if things are required. So.
One would assume. She, in turn, informs you that she has been very busy. She is now officially the Open Lord, and has fully taken over all of the duties from Lord Neverember. She does mention that she's been looking through everything that he had on the Cult of the Dragon for any information that she could pass off to Lady Haventree. Most of what she has found, Remy already knew. But when not sifting through records, she has been making the rounds to various groups and organizations, including some faction leaders, tonight, she was at a drinking party with some of the Lord's Alliance members in the city, as well as delegates from out of town. She does mention that she's annoyed with the bickering, but she knows it's never far away with nobles. I tell you, though, that I have lived now for nearly 800 years, and it surprises me to no end that nobles still care about what somebody said last year. It doesn't matter. It's past. It was just something they said off the cuff usually, but for some reason it's a great offense and they can't let it go. Let me tell you, as somebody who has lived as long as I have, you need to let go of things, otherwise they will just weigh you down. Oh.
You are entirely correct.
Oh. So, I have been speaking with your servants about your interest in the city. I do believe that I may be able to assist you with some of your understanding of the intricacies of Waterdavian politics.
It would be most helpful.
Well, I do happen to know that there are a number of nobles who would love your services, either out of genuine interest or, forgive me, the novelty of it. But I do believe that it would be possible for us to bring you along to a few parties to rub elbows with a few people, perhaps meet a few prominent names that may be able to assist you in your endeavors here in Waterdeep while you remain.
I humbly accept any help that you can. Know as well, I will do my best to work an rightfully exotic charm. We shall weave a story for the nobles find interest in. A bit of magic here.
Oh, I'm quite familiar with magic. She chuckles over her tea as you two spend the rest of the evening catching up, discussing a few finer details, and enjoying a lovely, very expensive chamomile tea. Let's go
Always
to...
at the perfect temperature due to prestidigitation.
Yep. You know, that's one of the best uses of that spell that I've ever seen. It's just like, so many times where it's just like, oh, this water's not cold enough, it's too hot out here. Prestidigitation. Ice cold, yes. Or, oh, this water's not hot enough for tea. Now it is.
We would have been doing stuff like that in Oya Vigaton with all the people, especially with their concerning alcoholic beverage.
the whatever it was that nobody could really identify.
Dude, yes.
All right. Moving over to Bastian. So Bastian.
Yep.
After your time meeting with Lady Haventree, you head back to the Order of the Gauntlets headquarters in Waterdeep, meeting up with one Ontharr Froom, the portly human paladin who operates the Order of the Gauntlet. Give him a debrief of the situation. I don't imagine that Bastian has
hardly
much that he would be hesitating to tell. I don't think he cares.
You are very on. Not like it matters to me.
he just kind of give him the down low. He you know,
I'm just
Anthar is usually unconcerned with a lot of the fluff that happens in between the actions. So,
not like, not like it pertained to me much. So it's like, yeah, did a battle, just took down a champion. Nothing big. All I really did. Oh yeah, and that dragon. Its head off. Forgot the name of it.
well, as you bring to the stories to the best of your recollection, you are eventually dismissed and informed that you will be remaining on call for Lady Haventree, should she have need of your services.
Great.
On top of that, you now have access to supplies from the Order of the Gauntlet for certain weaponry and armor, as well as potions of healing and potions of greater healing, however in limited quantities, also at cost.
Listen.
So you can actually buy potions of healing and potions of greater healing at the cost that they are usually at. So 50 gold and 150 gold respectively.
Alright.
Everybody else has to pay retail.
Oh, I love wholesale. Well, I didn't know it was my shopping day too.
And aside from that, you spend time at the barracks or at the Yawning Portal, just kind of passing time until your next mission. One night, while at the Yawning Portal, just having a drink and sitting at one of the tables, you rolling your dice in front of you absent-mindedly, and someone puts their gauntleted hand on the chair across from you.
Oh. Somebody's got something matching.
As you look up, you see this half-orc man with long tusks coming up out of his lower lips, long scraggly black hair, wearing chainmail, and has a big maul on his back.
Oh.
You fancy a game of dragon dice? I seen you rolling those, but with nobody else. Figured maybe you up for a game.
Well, I mean, that's the purpose of these things, so... Sure.
Hey, that's what I like to hear. As he reaches out with a hand. Name's Gorlog. I'm with the City Guard. What's your name?
Bastian.
Bastian. Nice to meet you, friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doing some service for Order of the Gauntlet. Nothing much.
Oh, that's where it's at. See, I used to be a farmhand down in Scornable, and then work kind of dried up. Came up to do some security work, doing guard work, and you know what? I think it's probably the best job I've had in a while.
Honestly. Very well, I mean, peaks and valleys, right? I mean, sometimes you stumble across a horde, sometimes you're just traveling for a while.
Yeah.
Makes a good
But
look.
you know, travel's not so bad.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's all about a good living, you know, honest work. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Not really aspiring for much myself. So an honest work seems good.
Well, hey, throw some copper down. Let's get a game started.
You got it. Cracks his fingers as he gets ready.
As you two play a few games together, talking back and forth about your, about your lives, where you've been, you kind of end up making a pretty good rapport with Gorlog. You end up becoming pretty good drinking buddies, and over time, spending a few more nights with them, just having a few games together. In fact, when you get to the point of random conversation, as he looks at you, is just, now, you're from out a bit further north, right? Do you ever get to the orc tribes?
No. Wish I have. I mean, would be pretty cool to know what they're saying. I mean,
Oh, you don't speak orcish?
No. Yeah. Funny thing, I mean, you see these things? He just holds his gauntlets down on the table, or well, with his hands, just places them straight down the table. Yeah, just stumbled across these one day, but nah, never met an orc, so can't really say I have much experience with them. Besides you, I guess.
Well, I could teach you a few words, perhaps. Maybe not. It comes in handy if you run into a raiding party. You can tell them stuff and makes them not want to attack you anymore. Or at least try to if they give you a chance, I suppose.
Honestly. Don't want to bring any bad reputation on you guys, right?
Well, the raiding party, some of the tribes are real friendly, some of them not so much. Some of them just like to be left alone. And sometimes being able to talk to that was part of what I brought to the table when I was a farmhand. I could talk to the raiders and tell them, hey, there's nothing here. There's no money here at all. It's just a bunch of pole people with, chickens and stuff. You might want to go over to that city that's over there. They have lots of money, It just, apparently that's not appreciated by some people. They'd rather you just, kill them all. So I was like, well, what's the point of killing them if you could just send them somewhere else?
Yeah. I mean, just simple life. I mean, why make it any harder? There's already too much going on.
As he rolls his dice and counts up the total and then groans as he pushes 5 copper pieces towards you. Right? Well, let's just say that if I teach you some Orcish, maybe you can show me how to play dragon dice a little bit better.
Yeah, not like I'm a master at it. But I'll give you a few tips.
You're clearly better than me, as he starts shaking his nearly empty coin purse.
Yeah. Might as well give us a few drinks on the house, too.
At least you're paying for them.
Yeah, you're right about that. Like I said, those hordes. Some of those missions really have some big hordes.
As the two of you go about drinking, carousing, gambling, and Gorlog agrees to teach you a little bit of Orcish in exchange for teaching him how to be better at dice.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Alright. And Eldrath is also taking advantage of Lady Haventree's warm baths and hospitality.
That I am.
As you are escorted to a really nice room, and it's that whole thing of like wealthy people really like soft things. You've come to notice. It's like everything you sit in is just soft. It just sinks, and it's not uncomfortable, but you're used to roughing it a little bit more. So it's a bit weird in some occasions, kind of like sleeping on top of a sleeping on a marshmallow, essentially, just kind of like whoa.
Excellent.
But it's
I mean, I don't do anything fancy for the night.
Well, as you are settling in and begin to prepare what you have wanted to do for downtime, which we'll get into in a little bit. But I believe that establishes everybody in Waterdeep. So I think we're going to go ahead and take our first break there, and when we come back, we will actually get into the nitty-gritty of your downtime and what you are doing, and see if we can find you, some things that you've been looking for.
Neat. Extra downtime. Or I should say downtime plus.
Yeah.
All right. But yes, we'll take like 5-10 minutes here, and then come on back, and we'll get into it.
Thanks.
Yay! We did it. We won.
We beat Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
All right. Well, okay. Very excited for having won my first Dungeons and Dragons game. That was very fun. We did it.
Yeah, what's next?
Yay.
Where's the post game?
New game plus.
The DLC. All right, I'll be
Begins
back.
now.
Oh god, no frick. Only play. Gosh. All right, yeah, I'll be back.
Hello.
Wow.
So was meeting Xanathar everything that you had dreamed it would be?
I actually thought it would be something different. I thought they were going. I thought Tag was going to do something different with this. So actually,
what did you think it was going to be?
Nothing.
If I can ask.
But nothing. Just stuff relating to Poi's backstory. I thought that's what we were going with, but I could still roll. I could still roll this. And like it's you.
I think the life of a rogue kind of presumes it's never going to be a direct transaction.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, I'll do some shaky stuff. Ooh, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But, like I was so ready for it that when I heard like the flute and the soundtrack, I was like, wait, are you being intentional with this?
I was wondering why that threw you for a loop.
It really did. I'm not sure when we'll get to know why, but there's a reason for that.
I know one thing I need to do, desperately, is go to currency exchange.
Yeah, we're kind of like lugging around a whole bunch of silver pieces, aren't we?
Oh, way too many. Oh, way too many.
Way too many.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Man.
So, fun fact, I actually got to this session because last night I didn't know it was gonna be such a banger. I've been playing this whole thing with a hangover.
Oh man.
You see, the funny thing is that the way that Way talks, you can't tell.
Perfect.
Perfect delivery, my friend.
Yeah.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Wow.
Thank you. I need to use Bluetooth headphones more often so I don't miss anything.
Honestly, that's how I listen half the time. Actually, all the time. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
I've got
I
a Go
completely
XLR
forgot.
system that needs a wired headset. Otherwise, I would probably do the same.
Oof.
Yeah, I
And I
completely
returned.
forgot that my computer has Bluetooth. I will be honest.
All right. Now that most of the sappy stuff is over with,
Yay! No more sappy.
wow, I don't know about no
Oh.
more sappy.
Oh,
Where's
okay,
that?
some
It'll
sappy.
be a little bit more sappy.
Some of you had some things that you wanted to take care of as soon as you got back, so we wanted to make sure to get to those. But now we can get into the stuff that's going on while you guys are here in Waterdeep. Hi, Emma.
Yay.
Hello.
Ow. Scotch?
Ouch.
All the cats are coming.
Oh, ow. All right,
Tygon,
now
to
I'm
answer
holding
your question,
you.
we're all level 9.
You said the cats are coming, but you already have a cat. Meow.
I has a kitty, yes.
Meow.
But this one's my boy.
See, the thing is if I put her down, she's going to start making noise, so she will meow into the microphone.
We've heard.
But if I'm holding her next to the microphone, she won't do shit.
Hold her closer.
What she wants.
Hold her like burger.
I guess you need one of those cat carriers that like go on the front like a baby carrier might, like a baby couch. Put her in there, just like, this will keep you quiet. You'll be at the microphone. Stage fright. It paralyzes you.
I joked about getting a baboose one time for. It was like, I don't think she'd go for it. She'd probably freak out as soon as I try to put her in. It would be funny though. People would be like, "Why do you have her like that? This is the only way to keep her quiet. Trust me."
I want to see a picture. Get that.
Aggressive face nuzzles. Thank you, Emma. Appreciated.
She's trying to headbutt you, but you know.
She has the thing where she rubs her face against my face, but the thing is that her fang pops out of her lips and rubs against my nose, like this, so it scratches my nose. So it's kind of painful, but she likes to do it, so it's like, okay, well, I guess a little bit of pain.
Adorable and yeah, harsh.
Just my luck. Such is my lot in life. All right, let me grab some dice here that I'm gonna need.
The lucky cube.
Would it be possible for Cam and Arai to have one more short scene before we start this?
Yeah, I was going to start actually with you guys waking
Okay.
up in the morning
Yeah.
before
Wake
Arai
up
went
in the
to
morning feeling like P. Diddy.
Yeti. But yes, I was going to start with you two just coming out of the temple and everything, getting your downtime started, and then I have the player select die.
Player select die. Love it.
Choose
Which I
your
know-
character.
Some of you have seen, I'm sure. I don't know if everybody has seen it, but this is a 1-inch calcite D6 that I got at a Ren Fair. It's made of solid calcite, and it is a beautiful piece. I was very happy. As soon as I saw it, I loved it, and I immediately knew I had to have it.
Is this just an excuse for you to flex on us your beautiful calcite dice?
Yes.
I use this as
Yeah.
the player select die for a reason. Because it is huge. And it rolls with authority.
It does. It scares us.
That's why I also have a metal Dire D20 that's 50% bigger than the regular D20. When I really
makes
need
Twitch
to
shake.
send home. It does sometimes. It does it actually picks up on my microphone sometimes, so I gotta be careful.
Oh, I've heard it. Yeah, it was the bong.
It hits with a thud. It's great.
Oh, that's lovely.
But everybody back. I'll make sure that everybody's good to go.
Oh, yeah. I will say this before we get back into it. While everyone
Well, yeah.
was having their moments, I was just back here listening to the music and doing some white guy dancing while y'all were doing your scenes. It's just like grooving.
True Eldrath energy.
Where does Ethan stop and Eldrath begin?
It
No one
doesn't.
will ever know.
That's the
We've
secret. Cat.
discussed this before, where it's like there is this very fine, thin line between where Ethan and Eldrath are, but it's like you cannot really delineate where it is.
Yeah.
It's so because it shifts. It feels like.
Like his name,
like
it's
a
fuzzy.
worm. It's like a worm.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and run back over to. There we go. The overlay.
Yay,
God,
yo,
Every time I look
Overlay.
down and see that, it's just like 4 of you have ACs of above 18.
raise your hand if you're gay for the overlay. Hey, hey.
I am very pan for the overlay. Thank you very much. But yes,
I mean, it's alright.
Take it out for dinner maybe, but I wouldn't, But no, I still can't get over the fact that one of you is a warlock bard, and yet you are basically a tank, and it's really annoying.
You know you love me. It's
Do
okay.
something about it.
I got so lucky on those HP rolls, and it's really paying off here in the late game.
And continues to. But
Yeah, you rolled max on
the
your last
HP train
die,
keeps
didn't you?
rolling.
No, 7.
Oh, whoa, my apologies. Instead
Yeah.
of an 8, you got a 7. Okay.
Yep. I would have
He's
hit
devastated.
85. Would have been nice.
Ugh.
You know what you just need to do next, Ethan? Just take like the tough feat or something.
I've thought about it. I actually almost
Have
put.
more HP than
I almost
Bastion.
did my. I almost bumped my Constitution to 20 instead of my Charisma. I was really tempted to, just to get my HP above 100.
Really send home that Dragonborn mixed heritage. It's like nobody saw this mix coming. All right.
No one even knows
So,
my name. Long rest.
getting back. Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah. Nobody knows your real name. Dun dun dun.
Gonna stay that way.
You'll never be able to go into the Cheers bar.
Oh no.
Hey,
That's actually kind of harsh.
when there's magic
Truth.
involved, names are dangerous.
Fair
When
point.
you intuit the mechanics of the Death Note.
Case in point.
That or the IRS.
Also,
I think somebody
case
made
in point.
somebody made a comic strip of Columbo investigating Light from Death Note.
Hmm.
And I
It's
was
all the rage these days.
and I was like, you know what? I think Columbo could actually do it. But
Oh, yeah.
I think that Light would kill him by the time he got ready to do, just one more thing.
Yeah, considering the fact that Light was able to kill L, who, for all intents and purposes, by the way, did basically everything perfectly.
Anyway. Otherwise, we'll get into an anime tangent. As you all rest up in the get a long rest in, go ahead and hit that button.
Wow.
Already done.
Wow.
Wow.
My nose isn't
Nice
broken
long
anymore.
Rest.
This
Get
is
a nice
D&D, not WoW.
HP and yeah, the way I've always thought of it is you don't exactly heal all the way up or anything like that. It's just to the point where it's like you've got like the bandage on the nose, somebody's reset it, it still hurts. It's still tender. But
The
it's
emotional
not
damage is still there.
right, it's not interfering with your ability to do things anymore. Like that's how I've always interpreted it. But it's like if somebody hit you in the ribs, like after you gotten them broken, it would hurt a lot. But also, after a day or two of your ribs healing, maybe you wouldn't be as much in pain, but it would still be
It's
a
okay.
pain. Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm be grateful we don't do the extreme version of HP recovery. That would
God,
make this
yeah,
game
those rules.
even longer than it could possibly already be.
Yeah.
But as Arai and Cam wake up in the morning at the Temple of Bahamut, I guess the important question is, Cam, do you wake for morning prayers?
Before I get to the morning prayers, he will go there. He's going to stop by wherever Arai is sleeping and kind of knock on the door or like the frame or however we have him.
No doors, sadly. You're in
so-
caverns, so just a cot, but you kind of shake the cot.
Are we relatively alone in this, or are there other people sleeping?
Most everybody else has already gotten up, as most of the people in
Okay.
the temples tend to get up pretty early.
He will go over and is Arai still asleep?
Yes.
Okay. He will gently try to wake him up. Arai. Arai?
5 more minutes,
Oh.
Rendeval.
No, it's Camero. Well, I'm sorry for waking you up early, but I didn't get a chance last night before we slept to ask you something very important.
He'll look up at you and you see the fur on his head is a little matted, his eyes half open. Just dead cat pan look.
Do you know how I can be smarter?
Well, school is normally an option.
No. I mean, look, right. I know I'm not smarter than the average bear. I know this, but there have been so many. I've never had to worry about my head as much with the things I've had to do. I took potatoes, bags of potatoes, put them in a wagon, and I dragged it over to Daggerford for the farmers market. That's what I did. I was strong. I was good with it. And ever since I've been with the Harpers, and ever since this, Lady Haventree put me in charge of things, and now Baruch wants me to teach. And I'm not smart enough for any of this. I know you're a good magician. You know magic. Is there a way that you know that can make me smarter so I can handle all of this? I didn't want to say out in front of them because I didn't want them to know.
He'll slowly sit himself up on the side of his cot and just rub his head a little bit. Fortunately, there's not really, to my knowledge, magic that would do that. Item-wise, there might be something, but if you want, we can go out and look. Can't promise anything, though.
Well, what is it? I'll find it if I have to. I don't want to put you out.
Is there a role I can do for knowing any items that might assist?
That would fall under Arcana, I would say.
Arcana? Alright. Just a straight Arcana?
Yeah.
28.
Critical, even.
Woo!
How about that?
I happen to have it here.
No. No, there is an item that comes to mind. You know of it because Rendeval has talked about it before. She's called it the Wizard's Crutch. Is known as the Headband of Intellect. It is a specific type of enchantment that allows the user to basically access more power within their own brains to become smarter. And she considers it a crutch for wizards because if you're not already smart enough and you have to use one of these, you probably shouldn't be a wizard.
With a quick yawn, he goes, actually, there might be something. Have you heard of the Headband of Intellect?
The Headband of no. It sounds smart though.
Well, kinda, sorta. It's an item that will pretty much, in a sense, open up more of your brain, become smarter, as you would call it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need. Do you?
I don't
Headband
have
of
it on
Intellect.
me.
Oh, that would have been awesome if you did, but no, I think I can try to find it. Maybe I can ask some people.
Do you want me to write it down for you just in case?
Would you?
With that, he'll take one of his extra sheet of paper, tear off a piece, and just write down the name of it before giving it to Cam, just to so he knows how to say it.
He takes it, and his eyes like narrow a little bit, and he like twists it around, holds it upside down, twists it back. Headband of it, and he's basically committing it to memory at this point as best as he can. Headband of intellect, headband of intellect.
If you need to, just
Got it.
keep a hold of that and just show it to any shopkeeper. They may know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Arai. I owe you.
And he's stretching.
I'll be, yep. I'll be at morning prayers, and I'm gonna help cook breakfast. Thanks a lot. And he will leave Arai, and he will go to morning prayers after that.
Morning praise go as expected. You know, lots of praising to Bahamut and love to Bahamut, and trusting in Bahamut's judgment. And there is a overall, there is a lot of reverence to the people who are at this service. There is there's an openness that you haven't felt in a while because of the number of people that are here. Several of these people are actually from other temples that don't necessarily have to hide because dragon worship isn't really frowned upon there. And even technically it's not illegal in Waterdeep, it's just most people have a bad experiences with dragons concerning Waterdeep.
Cam would be aware of this.
But at the end, Nock goes to the what has become the kitchen area, basically just a series of cauldrons over of open fires, several grates that are set out that pans can be set upon, as he begins to help some of the other people to cook up a lovely breakfast.
Seems like the kitchen's full. Otherwise, since Cam actually knows how to use cook's utensils, he would also lend a paw. But if it's too many cooks, don't want to spoil the broth.
As Baruch will actually walk over to you and just put a hand on your shoulder. You look much better today, more relaxed, actually. That's...
Probably the best sleep I've had in a long time.
Carry a big weight, Cam, and you know that you don't have to carry it all the time, right?
Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you everything that happened. Do you have a moment?
Of course. Now, morning prayer's over. I was just going to begin my own meditations, but I can put those off for you. Let's head back to where my rectory is.
Great. He'll follow, and once there, he too will cast Exposition.
Same question. Anything you want to omit from telling Baruch?
He is going to initially omit the altercation he had with Poi, but he is going to say it at the very end, and it's basically he's going to lead into that by showing, by demonstrating to him the power of the sword. He's going to show off what he showed Arai, that it now is the Morning Star, and now it's the Great Sword, and he can make it appear and disappear at will.
Oh, look at that. That is most certainly quite a divine weapon.
I know. I'm so blessed for Bahamut's gift, and there's something I needed to ask you, though. It's kind of been gnawing at me. Does Bahamut talk to you a lot?
Oh, well, it's funny you ask that, Cam. I've never spoken with Bahamut. I have witnessed him, however. And it was a very life-changing experience for me.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing if Bahamut is talking to you a lot? Like, is it a bad thing if he keeps, like, correcting you and telling you that you have to do better?
Oh, I've never heard of that kind of... You've been speaking with Bahamut? Is this a frequent thing that happens to you?
Frequent enough. When the thing happened with, and he goes ahead and tells the story about the Morning Star at that point, and also the dream he had. I don't know if I'm doing right by him. I mean, I would assume that he would be very happy that we killed off an evil dragon. No offense, but we did something incredible, and he said, "Good job, but you still suck." And I don't know what else I can do. He said, accept his gifts. I've accepted his gifts, but what more can I do to make him proud of me? I want him to be proud of me.
All that Bahamut asks of us is to know the unspoken truths and live by them. And long as you embody those truths in you, then Bahamut accepts you. And I've never heard anybody say otherwise. I've never heard of Bahamut being so concerned with strength before. Strength doesn't matter. It's what you do with strength that matters.
He nods slowly. I always thought that I always thought that his telling me that I needed to be better was a punishment for something I did wrong. Because I remembered there is no punishment without forgiveness. And maybe that was just what he was driving at. That once I got strong enough, he would forgive me.
Well, we must always remember that there is no endurance without pain as well. And perhaps this is a test to determine how much you can endure for him. Because what he asks of you, if this is true, is a large task. To kill, to destroy the Queen of Dragons is a near impossible feat, but if he needs to know if you are capable, then he must be able to know that you can take it.
Cambro takes a deep breath, and he sits up straight. And then he looks over at Baruch. Thank you. I've been kind of living with my own thoughts about this for the longest time. I really appreciate your wisdom.
Before you go, could I, if you wouldn't mind indulging an older man, I would like to tell you how I experienced Bahamut. Maybe it would provide you with some context.
Sure.
When I was a very young man, I had the duty of being a guard for my clan's village further north. I was not a man of faith then, but I did question what my ideals were, as they seemed often to run counter to those of my relatives. even before my exile, I was not truly a part of my clan. I lacked the physicality to be a powerful warrior for my clan. I lacked the arcane bloodline as well that powered the sorcerers of our people. I did not have those gifts. I was to serve as a guard for a few years and then be allowed to leave if I desired to find my own path. I wasn't certain of the path, so I stayed as a guard to serve my community. And one day a half-orc rode up to our village wearing armor emblazoned with the neighboring kingdom's army's insignia, and he gave us a notice that we were to surrender our valuables, our medicine, and our food. And if we didn't, that their army would march through and take it. Our forces were insignificant compared to the army size. To resist was to usher death. But Dragonborn are proud people, and they refused to go down without a fight, rejecting the terms completely. But as that messenger left, another person arrived, a Dragonborn with shining silvery scales, said he was a traveling sage seeking rest. When he learned what was to happen, we tried to shoo him away, but he insisted on staying, saying that the Platinum Dragon would not let harm come to his children so unjustly. The next morning, he left, and we prepared for battle. While I was waiting in position, we could see the army approaching across the plateau. It was massive. There was only certain death ahead of us. I prepared myself as best I could as we marched to meet them. At an overhang looking down on the plateau was that traveler, and he was praying loudly. And he chanted out so many names. Bahamut, Lord of the North Wind, King of Good Dragons, the Justice Maker. I would have thought him insane had I not seen what happened next. On this perfectly cloud-free morning, giant dark clouds began to appear. Snow and ice fell in a crescendo of ferocity, and then fog formed all across the plateau. And in that mist I saw it. The fog formed into the shape of a dragon. Glowing blue eyes like the darkest ice, radiating a cold anger that permeated you like a deep, cutting Arctic wind. There was a deafening roar of wind and then silence. Slowly, the weather went back to normal, and the entire army was frozen in ice, unmoving and dead. Nobody else around me saw what I saw, and I was certain, deep down I knew, I had witnessed Bahamut's judgment, cold and quick. I left the clan the next week and set out to become a cleric, to study, to learn. I will say this, Cam. I have lost a lot on this path. I've had to suffer quite a bit. But I have gained so much more in following him. When I let go of what I was, I became what I could be. And I think that is what Bahamut is asking of you.
Cam is absolutely entranced by the story. At the very tail end, when he mentioned the dark clouds rolling in, his mind goes back to his dream. And when he mentioned about letting go, his mind goes back to the dream as well. I think you're right. And I think I'm stronger now than I was before. I have to let go of these doubts. And I have to serve Bahamut to the best of my ability. Thank you for telling me that.
Of course. I hope to see you over the course of the week. I'm sure Nock will appreciate your lessons as well.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that a little bit later in the week. There's something I have to look into, but it will help. I'm pretty sure it'll help.
Nope, certainly. Just let me know when you're available. We'll try to work our schedules around. We'll get it taken care of. Don't worry about it, Cam.
He gives him a nice like hand on his shoulder and smile. Thank you for everything, Baruch. And with that, he'll leave him to his meditations.
Right. All right, so Cam, let's get your
Might as well
downtime
take care of the
settled
whole thing.
here. Let's see. Now, so we are looking for a headband of intellect, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that is a uncommon magical item. So that means that there is going to be a little bit of difficulty in getting this. So, this goes in increments of 5 days. So you have a 10-day total of downtime. So basically you can do 2 shots of this or just the 5 if you want. This will involve you spending 100 gold for each 5 days increment. And if you want to spend extra, you can do that, and it will add to the roll that you need to make in order to locate this item.
Okay.
So
So
with that in mind,
Mhm.
after the initial 100 gold, do you want to spend any extra?
Yes. I would like to basically dump all of my silver pieces into this, which would be 1,666. That's a very ominous end to that number, but we're getting rid of it. And if it will help, I will throw in another 75 gold. So the total that...
The maximum bonus is 10. So after every additional 100, after the first 100, every additional 100 is a +1. So that means that you can give up to 1,100 gold worth.
Well, I would want to keep money for it. Is that including the purchasing of the item, or is that just
It
in
is
finding
not.
it?
That's
Okay.
just for funding the search. Because you're basically sending out feelers amongst various tradesmen that you are looking for this item.
I will attempt to... Oh, I have 44 platinum pieces. That will help. I will pour in... let's see, 440, 100, so that's the equivalent of 600 gold.
Okay.
And that's going to
On
get rid of
top
my
of the
silver.
on top of the 100 that's already costing.
Yeah, so that's
search?
gonna, yeah, that's 870. That's 100 gold out of my gold pieces, and the silver pieces and platinum are gone.
Okay. So that's going to give you a +6 bonus to this roll. So let's start with... This would be a charisma persuasion check.
Okay, I'm trained in that.
So you will be rolling this with a +6 bonus. So hopefully this will...
Let's see what happens.
I believe in you.
I wish Roll20 did.
11 plus 6 comes to a 17. So you are able to find a dealer who's more reputable, doesn't have as much shady baggage as some of the other tradesmen out there. They do inform you that they have a few people that they can make connections with to see if maybe this item isn't available, but they are not certain, as this is not the normal kind of items that they deal in. They usually deal in weapons, but they do believe that they have enough crossover that they might be able to help you out.
I
So-
would tell them very happily thank you, and to please let me know. I'll check back every day.
All right, so I need you to roll a d6 for me. This will determine how many times I roll on the magic table for you. 5. All right.
Nice.
I will let you choose which dice I use. I have the Ancient Bone, I have the Jasper dice, as well as the Eldritch Horror dice.
The one now.
Let's go with the Ancient Bone.
Ancient Bone it is. All right. I love these. These are from Die Hard Dice. Lovely, lovely company. Not sponsored, but
Little
Die
plug.
Hard Dice. My DMs are open.
I'm gonna die hard for dice. I don't know.
All right, let's do it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and last one. All right, let's see what he found in the pipes. He may not have found exactly what you were looking for, but does find a couple of items for you here. The first that comes up, he does find a +1 greatsword, seeing that you're a greatsword user. Obviously, I think you would decline that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's not... You already got a good one. Next up, he does find a Pearl of Power that would let you to recover an expanded spell slot of up to 4th level once per day. He finds
on that for now.
a Boots of Striding and Springing, a hot item. Allow you to jump long distances all the way up to your walking speed. So you could jump upwards of 30 feet, I believe, for you. Let's see here.
What is this, Baldur's Gate?
It gets me
I like
so
this.
much how high everybody can jump in Baldur's Gate 3, and I hate it.
I know. It's
They're just like,
distressing.
and then the one moment where it's just like, no, that's too high, and I'm like, bullshit, it is. I've seen these people are jumping like goddamn grasshoppers. Let's see. He also finds a Trident of Fish command.
Okay.
I don't know why you're laughing. That is a valuable, tool if you are on the coast.
I'm sure Poi would love it. Just stand at the beach, point it out there, and open his mouth and hope to get fed. I don't know.
All right. And then last that he is able to find for you is actually a Cloak of Elvenkind.
Already got a pretty good cloak. I like this cloak. So I think, but no headband of intellect.
No headband of intellect on this particular run.
Well, in that case, I'm curious as to how much he would ask for the boots.
I'll check those boots here. Those are an
How
uncommon
long did this
magical
whole thing
item.
take?
This was over the course of 5 days.
Okay. So
Want a
probably won't get
D6, but
another
I don't
chance
wanna-
until the next town time.
I don't want to use the big D6 for this. This is... How can I not find a D6? I have like 20 of them in here. There it is. All right. For the Boots of Striding and Springing, he had to call in a few favors to pull them in, but he would let him go for 500 gold.
Yeah, he'll have to try for the headband another time, I guess. He'll go ahead and take those. It does sound like it would be useful.
All right. Go ahead and write off 500 gold and add boots of striding and springing to your inventory.
All right.
It's a good purchase. You'll like those.
And for the remainder of the downtime, a little bit dejectedly, he still keeps that piece of paper that Arai wrote like in his pocket. He'll get it someday, but for the remainder of it, he'll try to work with Nock to teach him a little bit more what he can of Common, and Nock will teach him, I guess, what he can of Draconic.
Awesome. All right.
That'll be it.
All right. Then we'll go over to Master Wei, who also wanted to look for a few items. You did send me a list, I believe.
Indeed.
Now, normally we do these one at a time. So is there one in particular that you wanted over everything else?
Ooh, that's a hard question.
I know, these are all really good.
Yeah, right. How would you get, or how would you think we would try to get the flying, and how many can we get?
The broom of flying?
Yeah. Although I'd want to make it like more thematic for the character. If not, then the bags, either one, are a very sorely needed thing, especially as they're lugging around this amount of coins. Very thankful that he has apprentices to help. And then the magical instruments, I guess, are going to be.
Well, I wouldn't say that you'd be able to find, most likely, I would say you would not be able to find multiple of the flying items, because those are a little bit harder to come across. The bag of holding, that would not be impossible to find. They are out there, but it is a matter of getting to the right people who might know a little bit more about that. Otherwise, you might find things that you weren't expecting that might pique your interest. So there's always that. So depending on what you're thinking of rolling for.
All right. Oh, okay. I think for sheer. All right, let's go for utilitarian purpose and let's go for the bags.
Bag of holding it is okay.
Or a haversack.
Let's see if I have that on a magic table, because I am rolling these on a magic table. That is on a magic table. Let's see that.
Are these items that would probably be sold at shops without having to go through an incredible amount of snooping?
Not especially. This is kind of the thing about Waterdeep, is that magic items are abundant, but they move quick. Because this is the largest metropolis on the western coast of the continent. So people come here daily to try to find impressive things, rare things that might be useful for their own businesses. So what you're doing is basically hiring somebody to go and find items that you might be interested in, but specifically that you're looking for this kind of thing. It's still a random search. So this is
your... Okay.
Well, I was going to say, there are situations where, if you're rolling for loot, that some loot may become more frequent. There are also a couple of encounters where they are included by name. But if you're actively looking for one, that's you trying to find one. That's definitely going to be a search.
What are your rulings for the specificity of locate object?
As far as like using it to identify if there is a
Can I, for example, locate an object that is a magical bag while attempting to walk through the city and visit all the shops or places that might have that magical bag, which may not actually be a bag of holding or a haversack, but it is a magical bag. Would that at all aid in that search?
It does specify that the object has to be familiar to you. So the only bag of holding that you are familiar with is the one that belongs to Eldrath. I suppose you could look for the nearest object of that particular kind.
That's what I was thinking, because that is the alternative, is the nearest object of a particular. And the ruling is always vague on what you can specify as a particular kind.
I mean, I would give you advantage on finding a somebody who might be able to locate this item and not screw you over, because they might actually have one on them. But there are multiple types of magical bags, so that's not really going to be specific enough, unfortunately, for you to get that to pinpoint it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'd be willing to give you advantage on the
Okay.
persuasion check that allows you to find a good dealer.
Okay, that sounds fair because I was going to do that. I was going to do that with basically all the objects that I wanted to find. Magical bag, magical instrument, and maybe the flying thing's a little bit more difficult to say. But like
Okay.
at least those two. I'm not sure if that would expedite the searches as well because magic is involved in attempting to find them.
I'm going to say no, because this is
Okay.
also you searching for the people. So
True. Okay.
going around people and just being like trying to get a feel of if they're going to screw you or not, because you are a foreigner in these lands, and
Mhm.
people are not always so kind to foreigners.
All right.
So it'll cost 100 gold to do the initial search, and if you want to add any extra on top of that, you're welcome to do so.
Mm-hmm. Let's just do the 100 for now.
Okay. So this will be a persuasion check with advantage.
Can I also go to currency exchange and just like make these
Yeah,
silver
you can-
pieces
you can-
gold?
Yeah, you can swap them out.
Okay, they're quite heavy. I'll do that in a moment. Okay.
We
So
always
persuasion,
allow
right?
for a color up in the cities. Yeah. Yes, persuasion. Coming down the pipe. Am I the only one here?
No, I'm here.
Oh.
Just I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we're all here.
I was about to do stuff. My internet exploded.
Is it not rolling?
No, sorry, my internet exploded.
No.
Yeah, so give me
Hopefully
a
it makes a full recovery.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Best time too.
I know, it's amazing. Give me a second. I just need to unplug and replug this thing. Oh, I love Comcast.
It's not a D&D stream without technical difficulties.
Oh yeah,
The real big boss.
real boss of D&D online.
Oh no, that's scheduling. Scheduling is the worst BBEG.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I love scheduling. Don't you love how
It would be a
time?
mini boss.
Don't you love
This is like the right hand man each time.
love how time is linear for everyone?
Well, I'm waiting for my internet to come back. Real quickly. Did we fully disseminate the loot from the dragon horde?
I believe that was divvied up amongst yourselves, yes?
Okay. I didn't catch who got the dragon guard. Was that Bastian or myself?
I believe this was handled by you all. I don't know exactly where everything went,
I
actually.
don't recall getting
Okay.
anything in particular. That was all magic based, so I couldn't use it. Because I'm the only non-magic.
No, there was a tip there for you if you wanted to get
We
that.
didn't divvy up the actual items yet. We only did the coins, as I recall.
Yeah,
If you
Yeah,
wanna
I got
do
the
that-
coins.
If you want to do that one of the days, we can.
Well, we can do that off screen, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's something that we should do. I think we totally forgot to do that.
Not a problem.
Yep.
All right.
If you like, I can roll persuasion for you, unless your internet is caught up.
Feel free to roll for me right now because it is doing the blinkies so that it's trying to get internet.
Okay. So, doing at advantage for a 26.
Nice.
Yeah, you're able to find an absolutely reputable dealer who is very certain that within with enough time he would be able to locate that item. Let's go ahead and need a D6 here. Hiya. 5. God, everybody's rolling heavy on these tables. All right.
Oh, I didn't get to choose the die.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted the Eldritch Horror die. Come on.
Oh, the Eldritch Horror die. Sure, we
Yeah.
can do that. This is lovely dark blue with swirls and golden lettering. It's very nice.
Eldritch Horror fits my soul. Let's go.
No fucking way.
What?
No fucking way.
You got it.
What?
First roll. That's a goddamn bag of holding. First roll.
All right.
Nice.
That's a 99 on the table A. Yeah, bag of holding. Holy crap.
Okay. It really wants to expedite my shopping.
Okay, there we go. Well, you know,
Our dreams.
I thought
of
you'd have to
opening-
work for this.
Nope.
No work.
Well, let's see how much he's willing to sell it to you for. That's a really good price. 300 gold and it's yours.
Let's do it.
Okay. You are the proud owner of a bag of holding.
Woo! All right. Let me just. I now have access, so I will drag that. 3.
I just looked down and I saw the 90 on the D10 and then the 9 on the other D10 and I was like, no fucking way.
Sometimes it happens.
Nobody's that lucky. Turns out.
See, I broke the shell initially to make it easier. I got through the armor of luck.
The Eldritch
For
Horror die.
you. Yeah, for you.
Mm-hmm. No,
They
perfect.
wanted
Thank you.
you to have that. So there you go. You got yourself a bag of holding.
And how long did that take? No, I'm kidding.
That's still the 5 days. So
Damn it. Well, we do have a 10-day.
I mean, you want to go one more? You can totally do that.
Yeah, later. We'll let other people do their thing first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, that will bring it. We'll go over to Arai.
Yes.
So, Arai, over the next few days, you begin to scribe the scrolls and spells that you found into your spell book with your own notes and observations, of course, under the guidance of Rednival.
Yeah, but only specific ones.
The two of you do stay in a familiar place, a small inn within the trade ward. Just going over the scrolls, transcribing them. Rednival stays in the room most of the time, helping you, because the majority of the scrolls are written in a older dialect that you may not be as familiar with. So she wanted to make sure that you were able to, get the understanding of them.
Yeah.
You do note that when you take breaks, she is generally pretty quiet, studying her own spellbook and seemingly lost in her own thoughts and research at the moment.
Which he just leaves her to be.
Yeah, she's been through a lot too, so if she wants to talk about it, she'll talk about it.
Yeah.
After taking so many days in intense study, she does insist that you take time out in the city as well, so as to not burn out. And as such, Arai decided to head to a spot he likes to frequently visit when in Waterdeep.
Yep. He'll take the time and getting. Well, does he already know where it is, or did he have to ask around for where it is?
Nope, you've been here before.
Okay, so he heads himself to pretty much Waterdeep's cemetery, the city of the dead.
And you said that you wanted to gather up your friend Ratu Mars, aka Eldrath.
Yes, I believe that was still the plan. Correct.
All right. Easily found at the Haven Tree Manor. Kind of nose deep in some research of his own, and probably in need of a good break as well. Hoping he's not dancing right now.
You never know.
If he is, then Arai's just gonna look at him weirdly before shaking his head.
So, the City of the Dead is one of Waterdeep's oldest installation, and its size is incredible. But this graveyard is well kept and maintained, with cobblestone paths that wind through lots of trees and greenery. There are single tombstones that pepper the landscape, some old, some new, broken up by tombs and mausoleums bearing names of families. There are many religious symbols as well carved into headstones, some more prominent than others. And walking along the paths, you can also see larger buildings and separated areas designated for specific groups or purposes. There's even a hedge maze that is called the Thief's Knot, dedicated to a long-dead guildmaster of the Thieves Guild. I would say, Arai, you'd be able to point out some of the buildings, pointing out some of the most interesting ones, like the Lord's Respite, where some of the Lords of Waterdeep chose to be interred. The Hall of Heroes, where fallen warriors are venerated. There's the Guild Bones, where many of the guild masters of Waterdeep are interred, along with their families and more important servants. And then a very large mausoleum that is barely marked or decorated beyond the engravings above the entrance that reads House of the Homeless. And I'd imagine that... No, you're fine. I'd imagine that Eldrath has maybe been to a few cemeteries, but probably not one like this.
Walrai just feels at home. When he sees the House of the Homeless, though, he does take a breath as he walks through. And to himself, he's like stating his own prayers and hoping that they all rest in peace. And if not, hopefully they know that someone is here to help guide them to peace. And if Eldrath can hear that, he doesn't care.
Eldrath would state, you know, before I've never really given too much thought towards death, but after dying once myself, I have a weird connection here. Don't get me wrong, I've been through cemeteries before and seen my fair share of the dead, but I don't know. It's a new feeling. Is this why you like it so much?
Arai pauses his praying to stop and look back. Not really. My experiences are more from a more personal point. With that, he does look at the extra person that was with them and does ask politely, "Are you okay if we have some time alone? There's something I do want to talk with my friend here."
Are you inside the House of the Homeless at the moment?
Yes.
If they leave, you will be lost in here, most likely, because it is a demi-plane.
Okay.
Because that's
Then
the
yeah,
thing,
don't
is
want that
that
to happen.
entering the House of the Homeless to any significant place beyond the entrance, you are in a completely different pocket dimension.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say that Eldrath left his bag of holding in his room.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold
What do
that
you
off,
mean? You don't want to.
Conveniently
make
forgotten.
up?
Hey man, I mean, a little side adventure with Orion Eldrath in the astral plane sounds fantastic,
Yeah.
but
I hope you can
But,
breathe.
it's not kind of the derailing I want to do to Dana.
yeah, no, I didn't even know about that part. But anyway,
That
Arai,
was, so that's what I meant, though, is that they have portals here that go into demi-planes because of their issue with overcrowding. And since the House of the Homeless is where all of the poor and destitute are buried, they got a lot.
Arai, if you want to speak privately to me, that's fine. We can find somewhere else. I'm sure there's many places that we can
well,
not have
let's,
prying games.
because there's one question I really want to ask you, but it's best we do it privately, though. And with
As
that, he'll
you,
start heading out. All from this.
Led back by the cleric of Kalimvor, who has graciously escorted you here. They lead you back to the entrance, and as you exit, there is one place you know that is very... it's generally empty. As you head towards an area that's not clearly marked, doesn't have any signage or anything like that. Further back into the eastern side of the graveyard, close to where the cliff edge that Waterdeep is built upon falls off into the valleys below. And back here is what is known as the Unknown Dead. The area mostly neat but sparsely decorated. Most of the grave markers are wooden, painted with a number and the date that they were buried. Currently, there are 2 graves that have been dug, and a coffin sits in each, waiting to be covered up. Seems that the gravediggers broke for lunch and opted to finish their work when they got back. Not many people come back here, so probably would have gone unnoticed unless you had, stepped over here. So, but otherwise, just the 2 of you and, well, two corpses. So, as private as it gets in a cemetery.
He does take a moment of those, but closes his eyes before looking up at Eldrath and goes, "So the question I have for you is this. Ever since the Brotherhood visit. What is your true name?
Eldrath's usual kind of semi-smug face tightens to just a neutral expression. Well, alright, there's a very good reason why I don't give out my true name. With my role and my concern for my family, I chose to take on the name of Eldrath, and I've kept it that way. I haven't even told my previous party my true name. I haven't told anyone. And I do hope you understand that I will not tell you.
I do understand that, but at the same time, considering I'm pretty sure we're going to be spending some more time working with each other, trust is something that we need to have with one another. I don't care what kind of connection your true name has. If you really want to keep it a secret and everything, I can keep one too. I just want you to feel like you can trust somebody with it. But ever since the Archmage pointed that out, it did kind of raise a flag.
As it should.
Also, just in case, when/if you ever do, well, he looks at the corpses again. I don't want to put a fake name on the stone.
Well, I never really saw myself being buried in the traditional fashion, to be quite honest. A gravestone would be a very high honor.
You prefer cremation?
No, what I mean...
Eating the bones?
What I mean is... I have many eyes on me. Many eyes that would like to see me dead. And with that, I expected my line of work to lead me to a point where I die in a place that is not easily accessible. So I didn't ever really have the idea of being buried with a gravestone in mind. I hope you understand that.
His tail flicks a bit, but he does nod. Just in my line of work, even if a stone is made, it's disrespectful to put a fake name. Because any type of drama or history can be rewritten.
I'll say this. Ever since I left my home and began my journey, all the way back in Greenest, I never referred to myself as my previous name. I truly use Eldrath, Myuuldrid as my name. It's sort of like leaving behind the old me. And this is the current me.
That's pretty much gonna be the best I'm gonna get then, is it?
As I said, I'm not telling you. You would have to pry it from my cold, dead body, honestly.
Do not tempt me.
I know.
Are the corpses covered, by the way?
They're currently they are just coffins sitting there, but they are very basic, bare bones types coffins. Basically, just a simple lid, so they could be opened easily.
And no one else is around.
As far as you can tell, give me a perception check if you want to give a good look around.
Yeah, sure. Perception? Damn it.
Jaina, would it be fair to say that in the past few days of a break, I was able to get that other item?
Other items, sorry, you're gonna need to be... Is this the thing we just talked about, or...
I'll text it to you.
Sorry, everybody's been...
No, you're good. You're good.
So, Arai doesn't know.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Mm.
Can I sleight of hand it onto him?
Yes, you can.
What?
I would like you to give me a sleight of hand check.
All right.
What is it?
What is the 22 beat your passive perception, Arai?
I believe so. Yeah, 11. Yeah, that kind of beats it.
All right. So Eldrath successfully plants this item on you.
As you're looking at the coffins.
What did you give me?
I'm gonna open up
Herpes.
your sheet here, and I'm gonna write it into your inventory.
Okay.
Don't look just yet.
Crap, okay.
Your pocket feels much heavier. There's an entire house in there.
Time, did you get bigger? What?
I think we're gonna call that.
What's
Yeah, I
going
think
on?
that's fair. I think that's fair. All right. Anyway, don't worry about that right now, though. So, as far as you can tell, nobody's around you. You don't see anybody approaching, so...
Especially Eldrath.
He's just observing you, inspecting the coffin.
This may be risky, but do you want to see something interesting?
Always.
Well, with his badly looking back and forth of seeing if anyone's around, he will open one of the coffins.
Okay. You want to open the first one on the left-hand side or the second one on the right-hand side?
Second on the right-hand side.
Okay. Opening the coffin, you see a younger half-elf man, dead of course. He has short brown hair, and his face does have a growth of beard. Not a very thick beard or anything like that. Looks more like he hasn't shaved in a few days before he died. And of course, as you know, with the body desiccates a little bit, that the hairs do become a little bit more pronounced, so it may have appeared to have grown. But other than that, his expression is very neutral in death. There's not much you can see about him other than that. There is no visible jewelry or tattoos to signify any allegiances or guild memberships. Nothing that could be seen, really.
All right. After looking them over, he looks up at Eldrath and goes, "This is my line of work and how I get some answers." And then he'll put his hand over the corpse and he will cast Speak with Dead.
All right.
I'll put that in for you.
As the corpse suddenly shakes as green light comes from their body as they start to slowly animate slightly. It's not a true resurrection, but this individual seems to be looking at you now, and there does seem to be a hint of recognition that he is being spoken to.
He'll speak to it and go, "What is your name?"
I am Gorton, Dragonclaw of the Cult of the Dragon.
Oh, shit.
Nice to meet you, Gorton. I am Marai. Do you have any allegiance to anyone or faction?
I swore my soul to the Queen of Dragons.
With that, he will raise a brow and look up to Eldrath before turning back. Are you a member of the Cult of Dragons?
As it responds,
Yes, Dragonclaw.
Well, shush.
Eldrath kind of just pinches the top of his brow for a second. It's like, Arai, you asked him the same question practically 3 times.
you've got
What was
2
the
more
last-
questions.
Yeah, I know. What was the last thing you remember before dying?
I was tending to Farum the White, trying to keep an eye out for them.
And then his final question would be, do you have any regrets in life?
I regret that I could not give my life to the Queen in a more glorious manner.
And with the last phrase spoken, green light in the form of little wispy motes of almost like smoke escape the mouth of the corpse as it lays back into the coffin.
And he will put the lid back right over it.
Honestly, I think I recognize that guy.
So Farron the White, huh?
Oh yeah, she was a bitch.
Really?
Actually, no. You ran into Talus the White.
Oh, Talus the White, not Farum?
Yes. Varen
Yeah,
is,
now I remember
is a
what's
different
Talus.
name.
My bad.
Do you know of a Farron?
Player
Actually-
doesn't.
Varum. Varram.
Varum the White.
Varen, sorry.
Um,
Has Arai probably read that name before anywhere?
No, absolutely not.
I can't remember if Eldrath has.
Eldrath does know that Talus was vying for the position that Varum the White held.
Right.
Specifically, the White Worm Speaker.
Were they a dwarf?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. It's coming back.
The power of note-taking, folks.
Yep. But he'll just get back up, dust himself off a little bit. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I do a lot. Just talk with the dead and make sure they don't have any regrets or if any to release it before they fully pass. Although I did not expect that one though.
Yeah. If I had known that this corpse was a Dragonclaw, I would have asked you to do different questions.
With that, he looks at he'll look at another one. I mean, there's a possibility.
Give me a perception check.
Both
Okay.
of us, or
Yeah, if you're both looking, sure.
14. That's a little better.
22.
Eldrath, you can see some gravekeepers heading your way. It looks like they're heading back with shovels in tow and everything.
Oh shit. Alright, I think we gotta move.
All right, sure. Let's get going then. And I know how that works.
Well, we skedaddle.
All right.
Yep. We get out of there.
As you both skedaddle and go your separate ways after leaving the City of the Dead, Arai, when you return to the inn after having been away for a few hours, you find Red Naval is packing her bags and rolling up her various scrolls. And she looks up at you and smiles. Welcome back. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, just time with one of my companions and took a visit to the graveyard, as always.
Ah, quite nice.
Where are you heading off to?
I have been asked to look into something concerning the elves that pass through Luskan. Kashan thinks that the council in Luskan is not taking them as a serious threat and wants me to gather some evidence to show them what they're responsible for. He thinks that they pose a serious threat to the Arcane Brotherhood. It is a multicultural institute that teaches very powerful magic to its students. I doubt that the Eldrath Veluthra would approve of people like my sister and me learning the type of magic that we have.
Are you planning on teleporting or taking something much safer?
I don't know exactly where I am heading. I know that it's further south to they said that the southern islands were especially bad. They had been really hit by these they're real nasty people. They do really barbaric things. And mostly what we have is hearsay from the stories that come from the southern islands, but not many of the natives get out of that area.
He sighs a little bit and just shakes his head. Just please be safe. I don't want you to do what we have to do for Makaf.
And I am much better at these kind of things than Makaf. I am a more traveled person, I believe. As such, I've decided that we should enter the next stage of your learning. Under my tutelage, you have grown well enough to impress the Archmage, and despite Celan's rejection, I think even she sees that what you have to offer. So I believe this would be a good time to let you run free and explore on your own. But, of course, Arai, I will always be here when you need me. And she's going to actually hand you a scroll. This is a scroll of teleportation circle. It has the circle for the host tower. When you get time, transcribe it into your book and study it carefully.
Thank you.
If ever you are in trouble, Arai, if you need to run, teleport there and ask for Makav. She will help you.
I will. Thank you again. And again, please be safe.
As she puts a hand on your cheek and gives you a bit of a squeeze, and you're a good boy, Arai. A very good boy. I will be very careful as long as you are also careful, because I would like to make sure that you are able to become a member of the Arcane Brotherhood. And I need to be alive to do that, and so do you. So let's just go ahead and make sure that we settle that right now.
All right. Will do.
As she gives you a hug and heads out of the inn, out to start doing her own research. Eldrath.
Yes.
This... I have been looking forward to this. So, in between your various interactions with your companions, you chose to do some research.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to enumerate the group with what you were deciding to search, or do you want to keep that quiet?
No, I mean, the main research has been delving into metallic dragons. With
Alright.
pretty much dragons in general, but chromatic dragons are already kind of his forte, so he's more interested in learning more about the metallic dragons.
Alright. So, you're going to be going out and doing some research of your own. Now, there is a initial cost that goes into this of 50 gold pieces. Just the idea of covering the various like entry costs and donations that you would have to make for the various libraries and repositories of books and whatnot. Every 50 gold you spend after that is a +1 to your search to a maximum of +6. So, how much gold do you want to put down on this?
Which role will this entail as well?
This would be an intelligence check.
Okay. I'll put 200 gold down.
All right. So the initial 50 and then 200, so a +4? Or a total of 200 for a +3?
+3, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make an intelligence check, and you have a +3 bonus.
Okay. Also break down the gold. Okay. Just straight intelligence?
Yes.
Okie dokie. It's not gonna be good. But I'll add a 3. No. Oh, I don't know where the
Not
+2
bad.
came from. 17 then.
All right.
Not sure why it rolled with +2.
Oh, that's from your bard, Jack of all trades.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Which that counts. So
Okay, cool.
19 then.
19. Nice.
excellent. All right. So you are able to go out and find a couple of various libraries that have accounts of the Dragon Wars, where the last metallic dragons were spotted for a majority of the public. There are some eyewitness accounts that are included in these, describing that while many believe that they were eliminated or died out, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that they literally just left. And part of that could be because of the fact that they were losing so many numbers in the Dragon Wars, defending humanity. Beyond that, you do learn that there was a story of a very powerful golden dragon, an ancient golden dragon, in fact, that was sequestered into Undermountain at some point. Nobody knows what happened to that dragon. Waterdeep has a shield that prevents people from dragons from teleporting into the city, or entering the city even. So if that was the case, they're probably not coming back, even if they were down there. One of the other things you find out is that despite the various similarities in elemental abilities between the chromatics and the metallics, there is a distinct lack of poison amongst the group. There are no metallic dragons that have an affinity to poison. So that seems to be a unique thing for the green dragons, and subsequently the green dragonborns. You do learn, of course, and confirm through multiple sources that the dragonborn themselves appear to be born from Bahamut's blood. Specifically, a sect of Dragonborn that were human before and then gave themselves to Bahamut to serve, drank of his blood, literally, and became Dragonborn.
This is for all Dragonborn. Doesn't matter.
Yes. That appears to be the origin. Now, other people, of course, do believe that they were created by Tiamat as a servant race, but the records that you find show that that legend comes long after the Bahamut origin.
Mm-hmm.
So it would seem that, truthfully, the Dragonborn that exist now were born of the metallic dragons, essentially.
Eldrath closes up that last book, and his hands are shaking. He's dumbfounded at this point because everything he's been told and has learned and has just believed has kind of come crashing down. He takes the time to make his way back to his own room, and he shuts himself in there.
After some time, stewards would frequently come by to ask if you needed anything, any meals or anything brought to you. And then once, getting closer to the end of your little vacation here, you hear the knock on a door. Can I come in?
Oh, who is that? Who is it?
If you had to guess, that sounded like Leeson.
Yeah, Eldrath unlocks the door. And he's just Eldrath right now.
As he's looking at you. Well, heard you've been busy.
Yeah.
Can I come in?
The room is yours, yes.
As he walks in and sits down on one of the comfy chairs. This is too soft. How do nobles like this?
Eldrath closes and locks the door. Goes and sits onto the bed.
I got back in town the other day and was told that Ratu Mars was looking around some of the libraries of Mistra and a couple of the other book repositories. And then I come back and find that you've been back here for a few days. So, everything okay? You not feeling too good? Is something bothering you?
Apparently, I'm a descendant of Bahamut's blood.
As kind of looks up at you and is like, I mean, that's one belief, yeah.
No, I grew up believing that Tiamat had created the Dragonborn. It is literally the faith I had. But through my time with Lagothkus, and now my own research, it's becoming increasingly clear that those were lies. And I don't know what to do.
I'll be honest, I can't tell you what to do. I'm not living in your position, so I don't know the kind of things that you have gone through. I don't know the things that you've seen, and I don't know the experiences that you've had. But I understand that what you were told growing up was very important to you. And I can understand how learning something that contradicts that could be so foundation shattering. But I think what is important moving forward is what you do with the knowledge, while you acknowledge also what you knew to be false. Now, again, I don't know your experiences. I don't know what you know or what you've experienced, but you now have this understanding that this particular interpretation of the Dragonborn's origin may contradict what you understood. So now that you understand that, what are you going to do with that knowledge?
For the first time they've been, I guess, partners, Eldrath looks like a kid. He is lost. He has his hands kind of together. He's wringing his thumbs together. He's jittery. I don't know what I should do right now. I need to speak with Cambro.
Well, I needed to head that way to speak with Cam as well, because to my understanding, Cam got a promotion while I was gone. That's a new thing.
Eldrath, it's kind of just looking at the ground.
Hey, as Leeson gets up and puts a hand on your shoulder and just gives you a little bit of a shake, like, hey, there is lots of time to figure out who you are in this world. And even then, once you figure it out, you might change your mind. So, take all of that you have learned, digest it, and internalize it, understand it, and then decide what that makes you. But I will say that from where I stand, I see a very brave young man who has faced down not one but two dragons now, has basically spat in the eye of Tiamat herself, and lived to tell the tale. And I think that what you have done to this day, with both the interlopers and with your new friends here, has helped us in many ways, and will continue to help us further down the road, even if you decide to, walk away. I would hope you wouldn't decide to walk away, because I don't know, Eldrath, your destiny seems intertwined in this, because everywhere I go, I seem to find something that is connected to you. And I don't understand that yet, but I'd like to.
He looks to make sure the room is closed, like the curtains closed, everything.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't easy to say. I believe I was created to be the champion for Tiamat, either to become a catalyst for her, or used in some fashion to bring about her upbringing. And he lifts up his shirt to show the dragon's crest embedded into his chest. The 5 claws, all different colors of the colors of Tiamat. I don't want to be hers.
As long as I'm around, not gonna happen. Even if I gotta break both your legs to keep you from crawling to her, I swear I'll do it, but... No, I know that there are others who have that mark. I've not seen them, but I've heard of them. So you're not the only one. But it does seem rare.
Yeah, there's a slight look of shock and relief at the same time. But Eldrath blinks and... No, that makes sense.
I mean, she may have marked you. But she doesn't control you. Right? That's part of her whole rule set. That as long as she's where she is, she cannot influence you. She can only lead you in a direction. And if you're not going to follow that lead, then she doesn't have any power over you, does she?
You're right.
Alright, come on, let's go see Cam. I need to congratulate them on their promotion and rub it in their face a little bit because I've been dodging that one for so long, believe me.
Right. And he stands up a bit straighter and also puts back on Ratu.
As they head to the Temple of Bahamut, the going through the secret passage, as Leeson goes in style. As Eldrath, you haven't been back here in a while, ever since you teleported back here. As this is one of the locations of one of the Harper teleportation circles, as you remember. It is a busy place, surprisingly. Lots of people have been running about. It looks way different than the last time you saw it as well. The temple has become a little bit more dressed up. Like there's more proper furniture and pews as well as chairs, a proper altar. there's all of these really nice special touches that have been going in.
Mhm.
As you enter, you can see Cam is busy moving some of the heavier objects that have been brought in, getting them into position.
Yeah, Eldrath will step up to Cambro and using the deeper voice of Ratu and says, "Look at you, already moving up."
And he like double takes for a second. Ratu, and he puts down like the big crate he was moving. Yeah, I guess I am. What can I do? What can I do for you?
As popping out from behind Ratu is Leas Innerlanthar, the half-elf monk that you had met previously at with Lady Haventree. Hey there, Cam.
Oh,
Leosin, Cambro.
Leosin, thank you. Leosin.
Hey.
Hello.
Congrats on the promotion. Well done.
Thanks. Thank you. It's a great honor.
Don't expect me to start calling you sir.
So I'm not expecting anything from anyone at this point. Something I could do for you?
I need to go find Carlin, actually, if he is around. Let me go take a look. I'll leave you two to catch up. I know you guys have grown pretty close the last couple of weeks, I imagine, having been adventuring and all that. So I'll leave you to it as he scampers off.
Sure, I can take a break. He'll arrange for somebody else to like be moving things and go with Ratu to talk somewhere.
So, kind of looking around, is it a bit more private?
As Cam would take you to a more secluded area to the back of the caves, one that hasn't been filled out just yet with any items. So not many people in the vicinity, so mostly secluded, the two of you.
Eldrath takes a deep breath, kind of drops the Ratu motif for a second. Not the actual spell, but just breathes in deep and says, "Feel more at home in a cave like this than I do in that room." Funny, huh?
I guess that would be because of your dragon self. Personally, I like the outdoors, but I go
Yes,
where I'm needed. I serve as I can.
Yes, where I grew up, it was caves, caverns, and mountains. Very remote, secluded, quiet.
Yeah, I mean, this is not that secluded being in a city, but it's I mean, it's served the temple pretty well. Although we've been really busy. We've been getting a lot of other people from other temples coming here too.
Cambro, I want to congratulate you. You showed that you are more content than I first believed.
Content?
I'll be honest. When I first met you, I thought you weren't gonna last 5 minutes. But you proved otherwise.
Well, I was trained well.
Seems like it.
I told you about Tormash.
Who?
Tormash, the paladin. He was my trainer.
Oh, that just has a blank look.
When Wei had asked me who my friend was, that was the first thing I thought of. I know he meant Crags, but
Well,
anyway.
I'm sure they would be proud. Are they around?
He was killed at the ambush at Trollbark.
Sorry.
Hey, it's okay. I've got trouble with names and words sometimes, so it's something I was hoping I didn't have to get used to. Guess I'm not that lucky. I got some new boots out of it. That's pretty nice.
Sees the new boots and
You should see me jump in them. It's really neat.
I'm sure the day will come when I see.
He smiles.
Well, congrats again, and he pats you on the arm, kind of turns to walk away.
Eldrath?
Hmm?
Is there something more you wanted to ask? You seem a little bit... like, you're usually talking a lot.
He's pausing, and turns back around. It seems that I'm sure you know the stories of how Dragonborn came to be.
How much would Cam know about those stories, Dan?
I mean, in passing, as much as any other person tangentially related to dragons would be. There's multiple theories on where they came from, but nobody can really agree, so to speak. Most people seem to agree that it was from Tiamat that they were born. Whether that's true or not has never really been verified.
But it's a popular theory.
Yeah, it's the most popular theory.
Well, the story I hear the most is that Dragonborn came from Tiamat.
And that's what I grew up believing as well, especially with my ties to my family and the cult.
So you did come from Tiamat?
Over the past few months and past few days here, I've done a lot more digging into the other side of the Dragon Wars. and I came across the evidence that that Dragonborn are actually born from the blood of Bahamut.
This would be a big revelation to camp, then, wouldn't it, Dana?
As so much that he's very certain that this is the truth and not what you have come to know. As far as like, is it groundbreaking, ground shaking? I mean, I guess that would be up to Cam, really. It's not a very personal thing for you, I would say.
Right. Yeah. But, I mean, I think I've heard of one person maybe say that could have been the way that it is. I mean, since I'm not a dragon or dragonborn or anything like that, I wouldn't know. I kind of leave that to the people who it's affected by. But if you're not from Tiamat, from who? From Bahamut?
For me, this is very confusing information.
I will admit it's confusing for me too. Probably not the same way. But I mean, if it's true, I guess we have a little bit more in common then.
See, Eldrath kind of... he looks uncomfortable.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you.
It's not that. He gets up close to Cambro and close enough to whisper in the ear. I can't explain everything here and now, but Irma talks to me in my dreams. Kind of leans back.
His eyes go wide. And he just slowly looks over at Eldrath. Well, what did she say?
It isn't a new thing. It's ever since I left home to Greenest. Back when I started with the interlopers.
I guess that's a long time then.
Almost a year now.
I mean, Bahamut's only been speaking to me for about a couple months now. Does she tell you to destroy Bahamut?
Kind of gives you a look of like, what do you think?
I don't know what she might tell you. I just
At this point, you both hear the sound of footsteps running up to you where you're located. As sliding in out of breath is Leosin, shortly followed by Carlin, Misty stepping in. God, Leosin, you run so goddamn fast. Sorry, I just needed to get back to... Okay, something big has happened. I needed to confer with Carlin just to see if our points of contacts have intersected at all, to determine if we learned anything. We think we found him.
Who?
We think we found Verum the White.
Eldrath. Shit.
And
Does
with
Cam know
that,
that name? Oh.
nope, afraid not. But with that, that's where we're going to end session.
Huh.
Excuse me.
A lot of information dropping, jeez.
No
Yeah,
kidding.
you guys did a lot of research, so
Yeah.
See, this is what Speak with the Dead is helpful. Ha!
I knew that would lead to something.
Assuming you knew what to ask.
Yeah, assuming yes.
this is why I asked everybody to give me something that they wanted to do over their downtime, because I wanted to make sure that everybody had a opportunity to explore and perhaps learn new information.
Yeah,
And-
I thought we were, yeah, so I didn't know. Okay. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Well, it's more so that I wanted to know beforehand so I could prepare for it, so I could actually incorporate it into the stories.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how downtime is your opportunity to expound on your backstory and on your ability to expand on your own story going forward as well.
All right.
It's not necessarily just for training.
Yeah, I think
Some of us
I
technically only used half our
misunderstood.
downtime.
Those.
So
Yeah. Well, at least the plot's gonna kick off again. But yeah, I think I misunderstood the assignment. Sorry.
That's okay. If there's anything you can think of that you'd like to send to me over the next couple of weeks, we can see about integrating those in at a later date.
Okay.
Something that just kind of expand, because I want to give you the opportunity. That's
Yeah,
But,
because I thought, yeah.
Yeah, what I'll do with the items that we got from the Horde is, I'll make a list for everybody, and you guys just say what do you want to take.
Soccer, do
sounds good.
you want to tell the group what you got?
Oh, I'm taking the freaking wand. Yeah.
No.
Just got the.
Oh, I didn't even look because Tina said. Oh, what did
just
you
saw
give
the
me?
wand and it was like, that's mine.
You motherfucker.
What?
what'd you do?
The asshole just slipped catnip in my pocket.
Oh, perfect.
You asshole.
I hope you don't get pulled over by the city guard.
I hope not either.
I was hoping that your teacher would have somehow discovered you had it.
From the hug.
Just the embarrassment that you would have.
Oh my god, I can see it now. Next time I pull out time, he's just gonna pull out that little bag with him.
Gee, Arai, when did you learn haste?
Oh my word.
It's more like slow, honestly.
It depends on the cat.
Oh, and he has never had catnip before, so he has no idea what it will do to him. Oh god.
Oh, Arai's usually kind of mellow, so
What's
I'm
this
pretty sure
herb?
the nip would make him
You just sniff it.
give him the zoomies.
You just do
well,
a coin flip and see which one it is.
well, we might see what happens next time.
We'll see what happens next time on D&D.
Yeah.
Or the
Ba-da-da-da.
people who basically only used up half of their downtime, do you want to do that off screen or?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, we can. I was gonna do all that off screen anyway.
Yeah, we ended up getting into some lore drops because
Yeah.
some of y'all picked very specific things that needed to be explored. So
Sorry, y'all.
No,
It's
I-
alright.
We'll do stuff off screen.
Cam's mind is blown right now, so this is good.
Eldrath's mind is blown.
Everyone's fine. And I'm just teaching a kobold to speak, so.
And now Eldrath
Oh,
knows
good.
how useful talking to the dead can be.
Yeah. Yeah.
and you picked the right one. So granted, it was a 50-50 chance.
What was the other one? if you don't mind me asking?
Just some dude who died
Just-
in a fighting pit.
Just
Oh,
some
okay.
dude.
Just some dude.
A fight pit?
Yeah, a fight pit.
You don't talk about fighting
Specifically
fight.
an underground one.
Hmm.
Off of the sewer somewhere, probably.
Was it an
Mm.
orc?
But anyway.
Thank you, Dana, for running.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you as
absolutely.
always.
You all have a lovely evening, and I will
You as
catch you
well.
next time around.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah,
See y'all.
see you
Take
around.
care, everybody.
Mhm.
Bye.
Bye. And that concludes my journey with tonight's D&D session and the group. We got some new stuff for next session. May all be flying over my head. I keep doing blush instead of scared. Terrified. But yeah, I mean, let's just say I don't know what's going on part of the time, but it definitely seems like that elf had something to do with it. That dang elf. Alright, so we are going to raid on out. Who is on the raid tonight? Who is doing stuff? Seems like only 5 people are doing stuff tonight. I'll just double check my other browser. I just looked at the one in the OBS extension, thingabarole, whatever it is. Sometimes I just check Twitch just to be safe. Anybody else that I know? Well, I don't think we've rated this person for a while, and I don't know if they are still not allowing raids. I'll double check. And let's see, I'm going to keep them on mute. Oh dear God. They have an interesting image there. Let's just raid on in and hopefully it's still up. Anyway, let us go on into Outcast Stars. Yep, do not allow you to raid it this time. Shoot. Not sure if that's just anybody. I guess they're not allowing anybody to raid. Oh well. But I do have a backup, luckily. We also have some other sweeties streaming right now. There are 2 people, and I am debating which one to go with. Tough choices, tough choices. Dang. Do y'all want to watch Friends vs. Friends or Resident Evil 3? If not, I will choose myself. And hopefully you do not hear the laundry in the background, because I am doing that at the same time. Everything's winding down this weekend. Anyway, let us go on in to... I'm going to make a quick guess. Socks. Quick decision, whatever it's called. Let's just say I also have floof brain. Here we go. So the raid's going to get started in a bit. I am trying to get my outro button here. So let us get ready for that. So as always, folks, thank you so much for coming in, having a good time, chilling, whatnot. And even if it may be more or less on some days than the others, thank you all for entertaining me, and thank you all for letting me entertain you. Until next time, folks, have a good night, everyone.